Namo Buddhaya, Jai Bhim, and warm welcome to everyone. I am Priya Mishra.
And I am Vaishali Randari. We are honored to be your host for the first half of today's event. On behalf of Ambedkarite Buddhist Association of Texas, we extend a warm welcome to the 68th Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din celebration here in Austin. Today, we come together to remember the historic day when Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, our guide in light, embraced Buddhism to promote equality, justice, and humanity.
As Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar said, cultivation of mind should be the ultimate aim of human existence. With this in mind, let's begin our day of wisdom and celebration. To officially begin, I now invite Mr. Jagdish Bankar to deliver the opening speech and set the tone for today's event. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Respected our guest speaker, Dr. Santosh Rao. He is popularly known as a Maitri. Also, he is a professor in the Harvard University, and also we are waiting for Professor Scott, who have been accepted our invitation and becoming a part of these celebrations. Jai Bhim and Namo Buddhaya, and a warm welcome to everyone here present in this hall. And also extending my warm welcome who are watching live on social media such as the Facebook and YouTube, as well as the Instagram and other social medias, wherever they can watch apart from this particular event location. Before I start again talking about our program, I wanted to do some small trivia, a small case, saying that, so this is for everyone. So just I wanted to ask you all, when two Ambedkarite friends comes together, and if they wanted to greet each other, what do they say? I wanted to hear loudly. Jai Bhim! Jai Bhim! Jai Bhim! Jai Bhim! Wow, nice actually. From the small kids, right? That is the spirit that we wanted, and we wanted to have that spirit in this program, right from the beginning until the end. And kudos to you guys. Question is, right, why we are here? This is a day of immense significance, not only for the followers of Buddhism, but also for who all believe in justice, equality, and compassion, irrespective of their religion, caste, or any type of a discrimination that exists today. Till today, it still exists. But this is not for the people who are discriminating one or the other way, but this is for all the people in the universe, right, who understand the Buddha's teaching. What is the significance of this day? It marks the day when Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, a visionary, a social reformer, embraced Buddhism, along with the hundreds of thousands of followers on October 14, 1956, which we all know. This decision was a powerful statement. There are two important significances of this day. I think most of the people, they know that Babasaheb has embraced Buddhism. But there is another aspect of this particular day, which is a very signifying, is nothing but it's a rejection of oppressions, a commitment, and the second one is a commitment to the path of Dhamma. This particular path is nothing but to a life of wisdom, compassion, and peace. There is no other teaching other than the Buddha's teaching which can lead to you to your life as a life of a wisdom, compassion, and peace. Before we just wanted to give you why there are two aspects of this particular day. One is, as I said, that the Babasaheb has given us a path to the Buddhism, because that is the only path, right, that every human being can live up to their liberation or the salvation of their life. But there is another way most of the people, they forget about it. So just I will give an example of that. Suppose say any kind of any state government or any municipality, they make a road. For what? For the people, for the community. And then that road, just not that they are making a road and living on you, okay, go ahead and walk on the path of that. What they do actually, they clean the road, they make the demarcation, and they make that road available to the people, right, so that they can drive, they can walk. This is exactly Babasaheb has done it. Babasaheb has not given only the Buddhism by embracing it, but what happens, right, when the people embrace the Buddhism, before they adopt that, they need to cleanse their mind. Because unless and until you are cleansing your mind to walk on the path of the Buddha, you will not be able to success, or whatever the Babasaheb has given this mission, no one will be able to fulfill. And in order to give that, in order to cleansing that dirt on the road, the similar way Babasaheb has given the powerful tool for all of us by reciting those 22 vows. That is where after the Dhamma is taken, the next day Babasaheb has given those 22 vows to all the people so that they can cleanse their mind and understand, right, why we wanted to do that. Because unless another, like I said, very well versed that Buddha's teaching, Babasaheb words, saying that cultivation of the mind, right, that is what we have to do, the cultivation of the mind to go to that path. Since we all know that Babasaheb has has embraced the Buddhism so I wanted you to all witness that embracing to the Buddhism. So may I request the organizer to play the video. Thank you for connecting committee for playing this video. So we all have witnessed this, what Baba Sahib has taken and embraced into the Buddhism from Venerable Bhante Chandramani. I would like to highlight another importance of the day, which people are not aware about this particular importance of this day. The Baba Sahib has given Buddhism to all of us, not only to the people from the downtrodden, because that is what he expressed. He witnessed the injustice that has been happening in, and then he decided to give not only those but to the entire world. But there is another aspect of this importance of the day. You all have seen the revolutions that has happened in the entire world. Right? Maybe we can go back to the 2600th century. Before that also, all the revolutions happened. Like take an example of Europe, right? You all know. The Russians, I can just name right when it happened. The French Revolution, it happened in 1789 to 1799, 10 years. The another revolution, the Russian Revolution, it happens in 1917. Chinese Revolution, the Cultural Revolution by the Chinese. Again, the Haitian Revolution, Mexican Revolution, Cambodian Revolution. All these revolutions happened. And in that revolution, everyone, they conquered, right? Whatever they wanted it. But every revolution has happened with the bloodshed, with the violence, right? All these violences happened and the bloodsheds were there. But Baba Sahib has done this revolution, this change, this kranti, right? Without dropping a single drop of the blood. Everyone will witness that. You can show any of the revolution which has happened in the world till the day. There is no other revolution that has happened without dropping the blood and with the bloodshed, with the violences. Take an example in our India also. What happened to the Jallianwala Bagh? Lot of bloodsheds were happened. But this is the only revolution that Baba Sahib has done without dropping a single drop of the blood, and again without any hatred. Without any hatred, there was everything happened with the compassion and love, and you can see right, it is not with like a few people or anything. The millions and millions of people were witnessing this particular revolution. So this is also one of the importance of this particular day. I hope actually today we are here, tomorrow we will not be, but I'm sure that day will come. That day will come. The entire world will recognize Baba Sahib as a social reformer, as a visionary person by this revolution, not dropping a single drop of the blood for this revolution. And that time, right now, government has given as a Bharat Ratna, but that day will not be very far, where the entire world will say, he is a Vishwaratna, he is a Vishwaratna, he is a Vishwaratna. Today, as we celebrate, let us reflect on Baba Sahib's teaching and the significance of Dhamma. Let us commit ourselves to fostering compassion, unity, and the respect among all by following the path of Buddha and embracing the values of love and the kindness. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for being here this day. Let us make this gathering not only a time to remember, but chance to renew our commitment through the principles of Dhamma in our daily life. We have a lot of programs, and each piece of the program definitely you all will enjoy, and it will definitely penetrate to your heart, and you will enjoy it. So don't miss out any of the program that here we are going to present with the small kids, with all our beautiful ladies, right? They are going to present. So please don't go away. Be here in this program from start to end, and definitely you will realize, yes, this was a golden opportunity for me to witness this kind of a program. Again, thank you all, and let us together begin this meaningful celebration with the full energy of honoring our beloved Messiah, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. With this, I want everyone, right? Probably they are all aware about this, but I wanted to declare this session, this particular celebration is open with a powerful statement that I want everyone to say that like a lion roar. So I am going to say, and then you have to complete that phrase, and loudly. We are.
We are.
Because we was.
Because we was.
We are.
We are.
We are.
We are.
Because we was.
Because we was.
Thank you for coming over here for this program, and certainly you all will enjoy such a wonderful program. Just I wanted to highlight that this program we have been doing since 2012, and so far we have been doing in Dallas, and this is the first time that we are doing it in Austin. Seeing the sizable family members are over here, and hopefully, right, actually we will continue to do the same thing. This year we have done it in Austin. Next, maybe it may be in the Houston and San Antonio. So based on the crowd and the size of the families they grow, definitely we will have those kind of programs everywhere. But one request, because this kind of a program, right, it cannot go without your support. We need to carry this karma together to make this kind of a program more bigger and bigger and make the people aware. This is not just a celebration. This is not just a picnic time where people can come and do that picnic. This is the program to pay respect to our Baba Sahib, who has uplifted us right from the ground where I think we were not even on the ground, also we were below the ground. No one was recognizing us as a human being, and from there he lifted all of us. So in order to do such kind of celebrations, again, this is not just a celebration. It is the means of basically building the network, building the people together, and to make them understand about Baba Sahib, what Baba Sahib has given to us, right? So we need all your support. I am just basically requesting on behalf of ABAT, whatever the sizable amount that we can donate, actually maybe $100 or $75 per family who have come over here, who are non-member. I think that way definitely it will help all of us, because we don't do only just a program, right? We do a lot of social activities. Right? We do like just yesterday I was talking to Mahesh, right? How much we have collaborated with other organizations, and we do the program. So probably Shirish, right, is going to give the ABAT journey where he is going to highlight all those activities that we do. So in order to carry out all those activities, we need your support. Again, this is not somebody's program. It is your program. It is your program. You have to support yourself. With this, thank you and Jai Bhim.
Thank you, Mr. Jagdish Metta, for those inspiring words. They truly remind us of the deep significance of Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din, a day that continues to guide millions toward peace and wisdom. Let's show our appreciation with another round of applause for Mr. Bankar.
We would now like to honor our esteemed guest with a symbolic gesture of offering flowers representing purity and respect.
First, I would like to invite Mr. Amit Rangari to offer a bouquet to Bhante Subodha as a token of our deep reverence. So now we invite Bhanteji to lead the candle lighting ceremony.
Light the path to enlightenment, may the teachings of the Buddha guide us to dispel the darkness of ignorance. With the light of wisdom now shining brightly, we continue our day with open hearts and minds.
Now we come to one of the most significant parts of our day, the recitation of the Trisharan and Panchashil. This is not just a ritual, it's a deep commitment to follow the path of the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Bhante Subodha will guide us through this sacred recitation. Let's all join in with utmost devotion and reverence. I would like to invite Bhanteji. Yeah.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Shall we say sadhu 3 times?
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Kids, I don't hear you. I need one more for kids. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Can you say Namo Tassa 3 times? Repeat after me, loud and clear, okay? Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Tutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami.
Patinatipata Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Adinadana Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Musavada Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Surameraya Majjapama Dattana Veramani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Say sadhu 3 times. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Everybody close your eye. Straight your body. Kids, don't talk to each other. Don't move. Anybody can see me? Nobody say yes. Okay. Repeat me after me. Very slowly, okay? May I be well, happy and peaceful. May I be well, happy and peaceful. May I be well, happy and peaceful. May my parents be well, happy and peaceful. May my teachers be well, happy and peaceful. May all livings be well, happy and peaceful. May all livings be well, happy and peaceful. Abhivadana Sirisa Nityam Vaddhapachayino Chattaro Dhamma Vaddhanti Ayuvanno Sukham Balang Ayuvarogya Sampatti Sagya Sampatti Mevacha Ato Nibbana Sampatti Iminape Samijjatu Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam Rakkantu Sabba Devata Sabba Buddhanubhavena Sada Sutti Bhavantu Te Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam Rakkantu Sabba Devata Sabba Dhammanubhavena Sada Sutti Bhavantu Te Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam Rakkantu Sabba Devata Sabda Sanghanubhavena Sada Sutti Bhavantu Te Dukkhapatta Ca Niddukha Bhayapatta Ca Nibbhaya Sokapatta Ca Nissoka Huntu Sabbi Viparino Sabbi Buddha Balapatta Pacceka Yambalam Arahanta Tejena Rakkam Bandami Sabdasu Devo Vassa Sukalena Sassa Sampatti Hetuca Pito Bhavatu Lokoca Raja Bhavatu Dhammiko. Say sadhu 3 times. Okay. I'm not taking so long, only 5 minutes. I just want to say thank you to this community. Most of the people who've been here, they come to our temple, Austin Buddhist Vihara in Texas. That's Sri Lankan temple. I'm a Sri Lankan monk. It's nothing different. Sri Lankan and Indian are same. We all part of the India long time ago. I wasn't there at that time, but everything we do is similar. Most of the time, you are our big brothers. You guys take care of us all the time. Even though Buddhism, we got from you. Now we follow more than you. 79% Buddhism in Sri Lanka. We follow Buddhism very, very, very deep. Very, very deep. I don't want to talk to older people. I just want to mention a little bit these young kids who's been here. How many kids here? Can you raise your hand? Oh, that's a lot, right? Okay, kids, this is a very important event for you because your parents, they already know this traditional, right? They already know this traditional. In the future, you have to remember this traditional. You have to remember what your parents follow. Don't follow your friends, okay? Did you hear me? Yes. Always follow your mom and dad. You don't have to worry about priests. All the time, listening to your mom, listening to your dad, they will tell you what to do. You don't have to listen to anybody else. All the parents are great. They do everything for you. You have to follow them. Are you still hearing me? Yes. Okay, that's good. This is a small advice you. If you will see me something more, I can give you more advice. Only this one, don't forget it. Whenever you go to the school, you have to say bye to your mom or dad if they are at home. Okay? How you say bye? Say bye to mom, and also everybody can say this word before you go into school. Say I love you, your mom. Can you say that? Yes, everybody can say that. That's the first advice to you. When you come back home after school, just look at your mom and dad, where they at. Go talk to them. Okay? Don't go straight to your room and start playing game. What you have to remember, go see your parents and look at them and just talk a little bit. Then go to your stuff. Last one, I'm not giving you more than 3. Last one, before you go into bed, say I love you to your mom and dad. And then go to the bed. Don't forget these 3 things, okay? Before you go into school, say bye to your mom and dad. Say I love you. If they are not here, it's okay. If they are not that time at home, it's okay. When you come back, they should be at home. Okay? Go to them and talk with them. At least 5 minutes. Then after that, you can go to your room. Last one, before you go into bed, say I love you to your mom and dad. It's very simple, right? Everybody can do it. Still, I am doing that. I am 40 years old now. I still call my mom. I still call my dad. Why you cannot do it? Very simple. All the time, whatever is happened, who is your best friend? Mom and dad. Nobody else. Mom and dad. That's all I want to tell you today. I'm not taking so long because it's my lifetime right now. Monks had to eat before 12. We all know that. Thank you for inviting us to be here. And it is great day for Dhamma Chakra Day because that's the day you guys come to the Buddhism and learn Buddhism. This is one of the greatest practice we all can do it. Again, I'm be here behalf of Austin Buddhist Vihara, other monks and devotees. That's the place where we come from. Anybody want to visit that temple? By chance, come and see us. If you can bring in those kids, to our Sunday school, it's going to be great. If you cannot come, ask our information. We can send you link and join our Sunday school. That's my message to everyone. Again, thank you for inviting us. Say sadhu 3 times. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you, Pandit Subodha, for leading us in this profound moment. The Panchashil inspires us to live lives rooted in non-violence, truth and compassion. Now, may I request Mr. Vikas Mende to present a bouquet to Dr. Rao for his valuable presence. Thank you, Vikas, and thank you, Dr. Rao. Now, may I request Mr. Jeevak Ingre to present the bouquet to Professor Scott in gratitude of his presence. Thank you, Jiva. Thank you, Professor Scott. Next we pay homage to the nations that foster and support our communities. Please rise for the national anthem of India and the United Nations, sung by Rajvi, Ruthvi, Runchun, Charmi, Arishka, and Avni. We begin with India's national anthem, Jana Gana Mana.
Now the US national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner.
recitation of the 22 vows, a powerful reminder of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's commitment to justice and equality through his conversion to Buddhism.
Let's welcome Ridhima Khankal to lead us in the recitation. Please join in with deep reflection and respect.
that Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar has provided to deal with the discrete kind of discrimination that our community experiences. If you all feel comfortable, please recite with me as these vows get displayed on the screen. I shall have no faith in Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Nor shall I worship them. I shall have no faith in Rama and Krishna, who are believed to be incarnation of God, nor shall I worship them. I shall have no faith in Gauri, Ganpati, and other gods and goddesses of Hindus, nor shall I worship them. I do not believe in the incarnation of God. I do not and shall not believe that Lord Buddha was the incarnation of Vishnu. I believe this to be sheer madness and false propaganda. I shall not perform Shraddha, nor shall I give Pindadana. I shall not act in a manner violating the principles and teachings of the Buddha. I shall not allow any ceremonies to be performed by Brahmins. I shall believe in the equality of man. I shall endeavor to establish equality. I shall follow the Noble Eightfold Path of the Buddha. I shall follow the paramitas prescribed by the Buddha. I shall have compassion and loving kindness for all living beings and protect shall not steal.
I shall not steal.
I shall not tell lies.
I shall not tell lies.
I shall not commit
I shall not commit
carnal sins.
carnal sins.
I shall not take
I shall not take
intoxicants like liquor,
intoxicants like liquor,
drugs, etc.
drugs, etc.
I shall endeavor
I shall endeavor
to follow the
to follow the
Noble Eightfold Path
Noble Eightfold Path
and practice compassion
and practice compassion
and loving kindness
and loving kindness
in everyday life.
in everyday life.
I renounce Hinduism,
I renounce Hinduism,
which is harmful for humanity
which is harmful for humanity
and impedes the advancement
and impedes the advancement
and development
and development
of humanity,
of humanity,
because it is based
because it is based
on inequality
on equality
and adopt Buddhism
and Buddhism
as my religion.
as my religion.
I firmly believe
I firmly believe
the Dhamma
the Dhamma
of the Buddha
of the Buddha
is the only true religion.
is the only true religion.
I believe that
I believe that
I am having a rebirth.
I am having a rebirth.
I solemnly declare and affirm that I shall hereafter lead my life according to the principles
According to the principles
and teachings
and teachings
of the Buddha
of the Buddha
and his Dhamma.
and the Dhamma.
Thank you, Bhim Everyone.
Thank you, Buddha, for leading us in this profound moment. The 22 vows continue to guide us toward lives of dignity and wisdom. Let's give Ridhima a round of applause.
We now turn to the core of the Buddha's teachings, the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, guiding principles that illuminate the way to end suffering and lead a life of wisdom, morality, and mental discipline.
To help us reflect on these timeless truths, I invite the students from the UT Austin's Coalition for Caste Abolition to present the essence of Buddha's path. Please welcome Vishal Thakre, Aditya Nam Joshi, Meenakshi Yadav, Apurva Gunturu, Amok Rice, and Ishu Kumar.
Jai Bhim everyone. So we are going to read four noble truths which is preached by Buddha. Buddha taught us four noble truths. The first truth is there is a suffering, dukkha.
There is a cause to that suffering, Karen.
There is a cessation of that suffering, nirvana.
There is a path to that cessation of suffering.
The path is the Eightfold Path, Ashtangika Marga.
The Eightfold Path is right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right samadhi.
Thank you. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, UT Austin Group, for reminding us that these profound teachings remain a compass for all seeking peace and enlightenment. Let's put our hands together for the UT Austin Group.
Now, we are about to witness something truly special. A performance by the talented kids from Dallas. They'll be presenting a vibrant group dance that celebrates the spirit of culture and values through their beautiful movements.
Will you be able to start this?
Please join me in welcoming Shanaya, Ara, Raya, Elisha, and Arshi to the stage with a big round of applause.
Do it now.
Let me go in front, please. Aditya, please take care.
Lunch is served in the dining area, so please proceed at your convenience.
Yes, please enjoy the food and take this time to connect with. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your lunch and are feeling refreshed. Now, may I request Dr. Rao and Professor Scott Stroud to please come on the stage. We would like to honor them with the ABAT badges. For that, may I request Mr. Shirish Kadmi and Mr. Kamlesh Nandalori to come on the stage to help with the same.
Thank you, everyone. Now may I request Mr. Jagdish Bankar to please come on stage. He would be giving information on the Katina ceremony, which is currently taking place in Darwin Monastery.
Jai once again. Just now I got a message from our Venerable Bhante Nana Rakkita, who is residing in Dallas, who is currently a part of a Brahma Vihara monastery. Very soon it will be a Mahabodhi Society, Bangalore, one of the chapter of that Mahabodhi Society. So he conveyed all the blessings right from him to all our audience over here who are present, as well as who are also listening to this. Right? So he wanted me to convey the blessings of him to the audience of this program. Secondly, just for the parents, he is running a kids program on every Sunday at 7 p.m. So every Sunday at 7 p.m. he is running this program for the last 7-8 months, and it has been very successful. All the parents maybe witnessed, right, how the behavior of the kids have been changed, right? When earlier what they were and now what they know what the Buddhism is, right? So to that extent now he is teaching and he wanted to extend it. So those whose parents have a kids, after like maybe 3 years and above until 16, 18, doesn't matter. So they can, either can give the name to me and we can add them, or I can give you one of the person to whom you can contact, and then they can add into that. So this is just I wanted to make an announcement on this video. Thank you.
Bandar, to honor the valuable contributions of each speaker and ensure our program flows smoothly, we will be implementing time management methods inspired by Toastmasters and TED Talks. These subtle time cues will help each presenter stay within their allotted time. You will see a yellow cue 2 minutes before your time is up and a red cue when it's time to conclude your thoughts. We sincerely appreciate your cooperation in helping us keep the event running seamlessly and on schedule. As we continue with our program, we have a beautiful musical tribute coming up, a special performance from the talented Dallas Ladies Group. Shilpa, Tanushri, Yasha, Priyanka, Kundatai, Alpana and Sharvari. They will come together to deliver a beautiful and heartfelt song that showcases the spirit of unity and joy within our community. Let's welcome them on stage.
Next, we have a special moment. Shanay Gadmir, one of our bright young minds, is here to share what Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din means to him. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Shanay as he takes the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Bantaji, guests, and my dear friends. My name is Shanay Gadmir. I am 9 years old, and today my topic is Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din. This day marks the occasion when Dr. Bhim Everyone, along with his thousands of followers, converted to Buddhism. Who was Dr. Ambedkar? Dr. Ambedkar was born into a family who was faced many struggles because of the class system in India. This class system divided people into different groups. Some people were treated better than others. Sadly, people from lower classes faced discrimination, which means they were not treated equally. Despite facing many hardships, Dr. Ambedkar was a brilliant student. He wanted to make life better for everyone. Why did Dr. Ambedkar choose Buddhism? Dr. Ambedkar wanted to end the unfair treatment people from the lower classes faced to. After studying different religions, he chose Buddhism because it teaches kindness, respect, and equality for all people. In Buddhism, there is no discrimination based on class, and where everyone is treated with respect and dignity. On October 14th, 1956, Dr. Ambedkar and thousands of followers decided to follow Buddhism in a big celebration in Morrow. This event is called the Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din, which means the day the wheel of Dhamma started to turn. Why this day matters to us? This meeting teaches us that everyone must be treated equally, no matter what or where they come from or what they believe. Dr. Ambedkar's life shows us that we can always work to make a world a kind place, inspired by Dr. Ambedkar's courage. We can all learn to make positive changes in our lives and community. For this, I am speaking. But before I go, I want you all to promise me that if there's any unfair treatment, don't sit at home, school, or at home, office, don't sit there quietly. Say something. Thank you, JB.
Thank you, Shanay, for that insightful and heartfelt speech. It's wonderful to see our youth carry forward the legacy of Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din with such clarity and passion. Let's give him another round of applause.
Next, it's my honor to introduce our special guest, Professor Scott Stroud, a distinguished scholar from the University of Texas at Austin. Professor Stroud is an expert in communication ethics and philosophy. He serves as a program director of media ethics for UT Austin Center for Media Engagement, and he is also the co-founder of the first Center for John Dewey Studies in India at Savitribai Phule Pune University.
His latest book, The Evolution of Pragmatism in India, an intellectual biography of B.R. Ambedkar, explores how John Dewey's philosophy influenced Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's fight for social justice. He works on a range of topics in ethics, rhetoric, and philosophy, and is currently writing a book on Bhim Ambedkar as a democratic theorist for our divided times. Please join me in welcoming Professor Scott Stroud to the stage with a round of applause.
All right. Well, thank you all. Thank you all. They put me after lunch because maybe I'll be able to put you to sleep and you can have your nap break. But thank you so much for ABAT inviting me to this event, and for all you you all showing up. I've been to ABAT events over the years, and I've seen them grow. And that's the way a message, that's the way a group flourishes. It doesn't stay the same. It doesn't decline in energy or enthusiasm. It goes the opposite way. And, you know, I can't do much better than little Shanae up here just did. So I will try and entertain you and distract you with some pictures, at least, as I go through my presentation. Now let me put it in terms that you all can grasp. I wasn't born an Ambedkar scholar, but I'll probably die an Ambedkar scholar. I did not start my career thinking... When I was in my PhD research training, I learned about a guy named John Dewey. And you know, I heard hints that he had an Indian student, but I didn't look into it. And 10 years later, I got into Ambedkar and I said, this is someone academics in the US need to know much more about. And so for the past 10 years, I have been devoting almost all of my scholarly energy when I have time to read. I have 2 young kids, so that's not a lot of reading time. But you know, when I have time to read, I read Baba Sahib. And so let me tell you a little bit about my journey, about where I'm going and what I think on that wonderful day, Dhamma Chakra Day. And you know, this is going to explain to you how this one Westerner thinks about the magnificent importance of Baba Sahib's conversion to Buddhism. Now, where I started 10 years ago was trying to put together one of my heroes, John Dewey on that side, with someone you all know on the other side, Baba Sahib. Now, Ambedkar, before he was Dr. Ambedkar, was a student at Columbia University. And I found out he took a few classes with my guru, John Dewey. And so I said, wait, what can we find out about these two? And I started reading everything that had been written on it. And people didn't have much to say. They always say he liked his beloved Professor Dewey, but nothing more. So I said, this is one thing I could probably give some insight to. Every one of us needs to just push the caravan forward a little bit, right? So I figured this is my way of pushing that caravan forward. And so I went to India many times. I was unsatisfied with just reading the books Baba Sahib had written. I did that, of course. But how can we get behind these books? So I searched for every scrap of paper that Ambedkar wrote his notes on, his calendars. I looked at his personal books held by institutions like Siddhartha College, Milind College, to see what he was underlining and what he seemed to ignore. And I met the living legacy in many forms of Baba Sahib. You see, that's one thing. The people I study, John Dewey, Immanuel Kant, they don't have people that get together like this on their birthdays or their death days or their conversion days. You know, they don't have a living following in many ways. They have people who write about them. But Ambedkar does. He has politicians like Prakash Ambedkar. He's got people with the People's Education Society. So there's this huge legacy to Baba Sahib. And getting to know Ambedkar is getting to know more than just his books. It's getting to know the people. So I met some of the best friends I have in my life. I look forward to the next time I get back to India to chat about Baba Sahib with these people. And it temporarily resulted in a book, 2013, that came out in India. If you want to get bored to sleep tonight, beyond the math break now, you read my writings. But it gives a lot of the details. Now I'm going to give you some of the stuff I'm thinking and some of the archival evidence that kind of lies behind that. The question I started with was this one. How did my man John Dewey's pragmatism, that's his philosophy, that influenced the way all these little kids here that go to American schools, their schools are there the way they are because of John Dewey and the important advances he made in education. The teachers today teach because of John Dewey's theories from 100 years ago. So anyway, how does John Dewey's philosophy relate to Baba Sahib's very innovative and creative philosophy? So that's the question that drove me, and I dove into Ambedkar's transcripts. I found that Ambedkar was infatuated with one of John Dewey's books. He had 22 books that John Dewey wrote, but one he had 4 copies of. It must have been very important to him. It was John Dewey's Democracy and Education from 1916. You can find this book free online. But here you see Baba Sahib's underlinings. There are 4 different colors or styles of underlining here, which to my best judgment means Baba Sahib sat down 4 different times with different pens and marked the same passage. And this is the very famous passage that appears in Annihilation of Caste, that democracy is more than a form of government, It is primarily a mode of associated or conjoint living. So democracy means more than voting every 4 years, which is important, of course. I just voted last week. Hopefully, those people who care about politics in the U.S. vote this coming Tuesday. But say in India, they have these big elections. But Baba said he was like John Dewey. Democracy occurred on the street corner. Democracy occurred on Facebook, or WhatsApp, or Twitter. Democracy wasn't just every once in a while in a vote. It meant how we engaged with other people. So this fascinated me. And amongst my trips to India, I stumbled across some things. So for instance, in the back of one of these books that Baba said he bought in 1914, we know this because he signs it. Back when he was a Columbia student, it's a book on from Dewey during this class. You find this little scrap piece of paper jammed in the back. And the first time I looked at it, I thought it was just, notes or scrap, nothing important. But look closely. He's starting to develop his own signature, Baba Sahib's signature. And he also is doodling John Dewey's name. So Dewey was on Baba Sahib's mind. Dewey was on the end of his pen. And so he was this important thinker that's someone that we have to come to terms with. Now, like I said, I did a lot of details of this in my previous work. I'm working on another book, Taking Ambedkar Seriously as a Democratic Theorist. I've had academics in the West say he doesn't belong in the encyclopedias of philosophy here in the U.S. because there's not enough people to take him seriously. And I'm like, and they say, check back in 5 years. And I was stunned by this. So, what I'm trying to do now is get academics to take Baba Sahib and caste as seriously as they take other thinkers on democracy, or as seriously as they take anti-racism or anti-colonialism. So, one of the challenges I have is some people say, well, wait a minute, Sprout, he's not a pragmatist, he's a Buddhist. And I, of course, know he's a Buddhist. So I say, you know what? I think you're thinking pragmatist excludes Buddhist. So this is another thing I'm working on. How is Buddhism, in many ways, is the culmination of what he saw as good in John Dewey's philosophy. So, for instance, in trying to figure out what Ambedkar heard in his classes, I've always been flummoxed by the lack of a diary. If it was today, we'd look on his TikTok feed or his Twitter feed, and we'd figure out exactly what he was thinking. But we can't get into Ambedkar's mind like that. But there's another way. Dewey was a big professor during his day. So his students saved their notes, and they saved the recollections. And one of these recollections I came across was one written 50 years after her time at Columbia University. A Jewish philosopher named Nima Adlerblom. Now Adlerblom had a long, long recollection. And there's one paragraph where she wrote this. No one else has ever found this, you see. And she doesn't use Ambedkar's name. So I think that's one reason why it just never been tethered to him. But she says this. She says, she's taking classes from 1905 to 1926, and you see her husband's letterhead there. They lived less than a mile from Dewey in 1914 when Ambedkar was in this class. So she wrote that there was this one student from India she'd see every day in the library, copying notes out from Dewey's classes, imitating his style. And the student conveyed to her that she was searching for a bridge between Dewey and Buddhism. And even Dewey's drive for a democratic society might add something beyond just, let's say, Theravada views of Nirvana or Nirvana. Okay? So she said, this guy was, unlike any of these other Indian students, devoted to the issue of caste, not Swaraj or independence. Now, as I argue in painful detail in my book, this had to have been Ambedkar. She was sitting next to a guy who literally lived in the library at Columbia University. Baba Sahib, the librarians had to kick him out. He would bring his lunch in his pocket to the library. So this had to have been Baba Sahib. And this is something that made it click for me. So Ambedkar's pragmatism has to involve Buddhism at some point. And Ambedkar's Buddhism has to involve things like democracy at some point. Because Ambedkar was trying to merge things and not exclude things. So let's dive into this some more, shall we? Let's think about his Buddhism, often called Navayana Buddhism, or New Vehicle Buddhism. I have a little website you can find some of my writings called Navayana Pragmatism, because I'm trying to tell my pragmatist scholar friends in the U.S. that Dewey's pragmatism is kind of the old vehicle, and there's a new vehicle in someone like Ambedkar. But for now, let's talk about Navayana Buddhism. What are some of the fundamental hallmarks of it? My friend and colleague, Professor Rao, will come up here in a little while and give you probably a much more detailed look at Buddhism through Ambedkar's lens. But two things that jump out to me are Ambedkar's reliance on principles and his transformation of dukkha or suffering into a social concern. Now, one thing I gathered early on when I was engaging Baba Sahib is that Baba Sahib, even though he was worried about big things like caste or injustice or constitutions, he would address people as individuals. Right? Oftentimes in Western academia, we talk about huge things, but we don't address people as you're part of the solution. So one thing I gathered a great respect for his thought early on is that individuals matter. And you get this when you hear his famous line, the battle against caste oppression is the battle for the reclamation of human personality. That means what makes us special, our interests, our abilities, our drives, our dreams, that differs by every individual. It's not just one big class or one big group. So caste destroys that, just like racism destroys that, just like sexism oppresses that. So Ambedkar was constantly looking for a way to reclaim a system that allowed us to reconstruct and make the best self we have possible. So now let's look at the 50s when we get to Buddhism. You know, the conversion day that we're honoring today, that happened in October 1956, this was part of a series of events that started to rapidly unfold after 1949. Ambedkar, after 1949, as I understand the history, began to publicly endorse Buddhism as a target for conversion. You know, as early as 1936 or 35, he said, I'm not going to die a Hindu. But he didn't officially start saying, my fellow untouchables, my fellow Dalits, convert to Buddhism until later in his life. Now, what happens later in his life? He starts reflecting in print on why Buddhism died in India. In 1936, there was an interview, and Ambedkar is talking about conversion, and he says Buddhism will present problems for the untouchable community because it doesn't have a powerful community existing in India. So at the beginning, 1936, the conversion campaign, Baba Sahib saw a weakness to Buddhism. It wasn't already there in India as a hierarchy with monks and lay people and constituencies and monasteries. But by 1950, I think he saw that as a benefit because he could recreate Buddhism. He didn't have to fight the Pope or someone like the Pope in Buddhism to redefine Buddhism. Yet every Indian of his day knew what Buddhism meant and who the Buddha was. So by 1950, he sees Buddhism as this awesome and wonderfully productive blank slate in India. It was a tradition he could grab and emphasize parts of. And what does he say in 1950 in the Mahabodhi Journal? He says, Buddhism died because it lacked principles. We'll get to what that means in a minute. It lacked conquering orators, speakers. That's fascinating, right? Because if you know anything about John Dewey as a speaker, he was very, very boring. If you know anything about Ambedkar as a speaker, he was very dynamic. I wish more of his speeches, the audio reels and video reels of his speeches would be available online. The ones I heard, you can tell he really believes about his message. So I think he was a conquering orator, and he wishes Buddhism had even more of those. Now what does he mean by principle? In 1936, in his famous Annihilation of Caste speech, which was so controversial they canceled the whole conference, he introduces this distinction. He says religions and rules are bad. They're not flexible enough to deal with the changing world. And he thought Hinduism was one such religion rules. And in that 1936 speech, if you look carefully, he says, I have to destroy Hinduism, but as a religion of rules. And he leaves a lot of room, including using the Upanishads, to rebuild Hinduism as a religion of principle. Now, by the 1950s, I think Ambedkar had long given up on Hinduism for him. But he saw Buddhism as the ideal vehicle to become a religion of principle. Now, what's a principle? Well, notice, a rule is something that's like, let's say, the Ten Commandments. Ambedkar saw this distinction in John Dewey's works, and John Dewey used it not against Hinduism or caste, but against certain metaphysical views of religion in his tradition in North America. Namely, let's say a reading of the Old Testament that emphasizes the Ten Commandments, don't do this, don't do that. Those are classical rules for John Dewey. And they were problematic because, notice, none of the Ten Commandments tell you and I how to behave on Facebook. Okay? They just don't. Technology, the times, the problems change. Okay? If only there was a Ten Commandment on thou shalt not spend too much time on TikTok. I'd tell that to my kids or something. So notice, changing treat others as you would have yourself be treated. These were excellent principles. So Ambedkar, he didn't talk about the golden rule much, but he did see the value of these kinds of things, principles. So let's think about the conversion ceremony. And now, this was an amazing culmination to a life. I was just telling Professor Rao before, and I tell a lot of people this in the West, there's no philosopher that I've studied, East or West, from China to Shankara to John Dewey to Immanuel Kant to Aristotle, where there's such a beautiful convergence of what their philosophy is about and their personal actions. And Ambedkar's culminating personal action was public but intensely private personal action was his own conversion in front of, let's say, 500,000 people, on a dusty field in Nagpur. Immanuel Kant doesn't have a conversion ritual. John Dewey doesn't have a conversion ritual to how to be a great teacher. So Ambedkar has produced this wonderful synthesis of a philosophy about how we can recreate ourselves and a ceremony of conversion in the Buddhist tradition to do just that. So let's think about this October 14th day. Right? We all know the setting. I don't have to explain this to you all, of course. From American audiences, I have to explain the scope of what happened in Nagpur, the world's largest voluntary mass conversion. But, what did Ambedkar do exactly? Well, he recited 22 vows that he created. Think about what I've just said about principles and rules, and start looking at these vows. And you might see different aspects to different vows. Some of these vows, which we just heard, are simple renunciations. We're not going to do this anymore. And those are maybe of interest, practicing Navayana Buddhism as a religion. But some of these rules, notice, are what Dewey and what Ambedkar in 1936 talked about as rules. Don't do this in the future. The most interesting ones I will submit to you, and these are the ones I class as that group, are principles. They're difficult to apply, but they represent a challenge for us to think through certain aspects of our behavior. So, for instance, look at the vow 10. I shall endeavor to establish equality. What does that mean? What does that mean for India? What does that mean for the U.S. and certain policy decisions? It is difficult to tell. Yet it puts a standing challenge to us. Strive to foreground the value of equality. So, some of the most exciting things about Baba Sahib's pragmatism that I've been studying are the exciting things I think are there in his Buddhism. Now, let me end by talking for a few more minutes about some new things I'm starting to try to explore. Now, one of Ambedkar's crowning achievements, right, was not just his conversion 6 weeks before he died, but the completion of his most powerful text, the Buddha and his Dhamma, which comes out, as you know, shortly after he dies in 1956. Now, this was supposed to be, a story of Buddha, but another way of thinking, Ambedkar wanted this to be a recipe, a plan for social change. Okay, it was a social gospel. And you see, some of the people who are translating this 10 years later recognized that this was a book on democracy, as it was a book on Buddha. This annoyed the Buddhists, of course. If you look at the early reviews of this from Buddhist journals, they didn't like it, but Ambedkar would say, who cares? Like I said, back in Columbia, he wanted to merge democracy with Buddhism and get a religion of equality. So you see in the Buddha's Dhamma in 1957, very socially engaged aspects, up to and including a direct engagement with Marx. Buddha was a better philosophy of social change than Karl Marx and communism. Ambedkar and John Dewey both liked socialism, but they did not like things about Marxism and its methods. Now let's look a little deeper here, though, because unlike many religious books, we have the first draft of Buddha and his Dhamma. We have the Buddha's Gospel from 1951. Now this was only 50 copies of this were published, and it's fascinating to see the changes between these two. And I'm going to start working on this more and talking in a deeper sense about Baba Sahib's Buddhism. But one thing, look at suffering. In 1951, we started getting this very interpersonal sense of suffering. You see that the individual thinks they're the doer, and they're actually going to get the fruits of their reward. This is similar to how Bhagavad Gita talks about fruits of karma. And you see, more or less explicit evocation of karma in 1951. Now, all of this stuff gets expunged in the Buddha's Dhamma. Now, one thing I think Ambedkar was constantly wrestling over was how much the individual mattered when it came to doctrines like karma. So, for instance, the 1948 book at Start College, Ambedkar made one mark in his whole book from a Western scholar on karma. And what was that? Look what he wrote on the table of contents page. You hear Baba Sahib thinking, what place has will and effort in the doctrine of karma? So if we really subscribe to karma, how much does my effort matter? So look again at Buddha's Dhamma. I apologize for the font here. You see him talking about the passions are part of dukkha, but you see him talk about it doesn't mean meekness is what you want. So Ambedkar is worried about a pessimistic interpretation of dukkha or suffering. Another passage, he talks about dukkha, that's the first term, in its original sense given by Kapila means a commotion or unrest. And only later does it get translated into mental suffering. And then you see halfway down in orange, which doesn't show up that well here, I apologize, he talks about poverty is a sign of suffering. So you notice at the end of this, again the font color makes it difficult, you see Ambedkar paraphrasing the Buddha's words, talking about monks, then poverty, debt, borrowing, being pressed, beset, and bound are all woes for the world we wanted. Woeful is in the world is poverty and debt. And then Ambedkar's voice comes in. So the Buddha had a material definition of suffering. So let me end with these points. If you start looking closely at Baba Sahib's arguments about Buddhism, his vision of Buddhism, like any great thinker, it changes over time. It gets sharper, it gets more sophisticated. And one of those changes you see in the Buddha's Dhamma is that suffering, dukkha, means both mental suffering as well as material suffering through inequality. So I leave you with this. Let's keep taking Baba Sahib seriously. I am so proud and honored to be part of this day celebrating his conversion. And thank you all, and thank you ABAT for including me in this wonderful voyage of Buddhism that you all are on. One more of this in the West. Thank you. Jai Bhim and
Thank you, Professor Scott, for your insightful presentation and highlighting Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's and John Dewey's evolving philosophy and its impact on social justice and democracy. That was so inspiring. Let's put our hands together one more time for our Professor Scott Stroud.
We will now open the floor for a brief Q&A session. If anyone has any questions for Professor Stroud, please feel free to raise your hand and we can get the mic there.
And if there are no questions, we can get the great kid dancers over here.
No, I have
Go ahead, sir.
So, thanks, Professor Sprout. It was a really wonderful session. There are a lot more things I understood or learned today, and I was literally watching those slides very carefully. One of the oaths there is talking about the rebirth. So, what's the difference, thought or philosophy between Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar and your guru? It's hard to remember. See, I learned that name first time today.
John Dewey, yeah.
John Dewey.
Yeah.
So, till I enter in this room, in this venue, I was under the impression that as a Buddhist, there is no as such oath of believing in rebirth. So, what the Buddhism says, this is the first point. What is Dr. Ambedkar's thoughts? And your guru, Dr. John Dewey. So I just want to understand the comparison between these three, so I can have that doubt out of my mind, and I will come to a conclusion. Should I think about rebirth or should I die?
Yeah, and that's a challenging thing because you can easily see rebirth and transmigration as one process that follows from a self like Atman that's there. But Buddha gives up on that, and Ambedkar has caste-based reasons to hate this. You saw in that one slide, he says karma disables the Shudras, that's eternity. He doesn't even include the untouchables there. He just says the Shudra, the lower caste, or even recognized caste, they can't revolt because this doctrine of karma convinces them they shouldn't withhold. So it's very insidious, from Baba Sahib's perspective. So at one point in the Buddha and his Dhamma, though, there's a lot to be said on this. But he says, look, think about a flame. He quotes the Buddha, the flame metaphor from some Buddha Sutta, where you get a flame starting another candle. So he says there's rebirth, but there's no transmigration. So Ambedkar's tactic, as I understand it, is to try to separate these two things. There's a continuity of causal change, but there's no one soul that becomes that next thing. Now this is tenuous. I'm not comforted that my material is going to become a rat after I die. That's if you want a soul that survives death and a life that continues on, this is not for you. But Ambedkar, like John Dewey, I think both thinkers believed there's probably no afterlife like this. Instead they thought they saw a world of constant change. You saw one of Dewey's books that Ambedkar signed, The Quest for Certainty. That's a whole book where Dewey is attacking philosophers for trying to find certainty. So I think in that way they're similar, even if they're talking about different things. Yeah, great question, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, perhaps one more question here.
So you said we been here several times in the current situation, and you studied what's going on with Buddhism. So how do you view the environment currently? What's what efforts the Buddhists need to make to express this message for the world?
Yeah, and I probably wasn't as clear as I should. I've been looking at Ambedkar's legacy, but yeah, other folks have really dove into Buddhist activism. I've seen a little bit of it at Nagloka in Nagpur, and it's fascinating to me because when I was trained and I read about Buddhism, I thought of people sitting in a room meditating, seeking enlightenment, and the Ambedkarite vision of what Buddhism means is a lot different. It's being at a protest rally or trying to train people to see when they're being treated unequally. So activism. So I think it's encouraging. Like anything, it could be done better. More people could be doing it. So, but again, this is not exactly all what I'm around dusty books owned by Baba Sahib when I'm in India, more than I'm around a group training for activism. But what I've seen has been very encouraging. Again, it's nothing like what I see with the people I study in the West. There's no activist element to a lot of these people. So this is awesome about Baba Sahib's thought. It's religiously important, it's philosophically important, and it's important on an activist level. This is my thoughts, sir. Thank you. Thanks. And one thing I'll mention, I was talking to a gentleman before this talk, whenever I quoted Baba Sahib's thoughts, you all know that the Ambedkarite community is so awesome. They designed an online repository that you can search every word of the printed materials of Baba Sahib's works. It's called baws.in, baws.in. Now, I was telling my friend outside, the Deweyians made something like this for all of John Dewey's works, but it cost $8,000 and only the university can subscribe to it. So Ambedkarite programmers, Buddhist programmers made a free version of that. And I think Ambedkar would have been so happy about baws.in. Perhaps we can move on to the next wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 minutes. Here.
Thank you once again, Professor Strauss, for your time and for sharing your wisdom with us today. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present you with a memento. May I please invite Mr. Jagdish Bankar to come forward and present the memento to Professor Scott Strauss.
let's give Professor Stroud one more round of applause for his empowering talk. And thank you, Mr. Bankar. And now we arrive at one of the most colorful, vibrant, and eagerly awaited segments of our program, the Kids' Historical Dress Walk. This segment is a beautiful celebration of our rich history as our young participants bring to life significant figures from Indian history. Each child embodies a story, a character, and a piece of our shared heritage. Please welcome Pallavi, who will guide our little stars.
Jai. So this is our little participation by our little participants, just to remember our history. Almost all of us have done this in India before. This will be a little different for our kids. So first we have Arhant Ingre as Ananda monk, and Arhant is awake. So Ananda was Buddha's first cousin, and Ananda entered Sangha at the age of 37 and became Arhant, a fully enlightened one. And that is our Arhant. Next we have Prasanna Bansal as Jyotirao Phule. Jyotirao Govindrao Phule, born April 11, 1827 and passed away on 28 November 1890, also known as Jyotirao Phule, was an Indian social activist, businessman, caste social reformer, and writer from Maharashtra. The next we have Ambe as Savitribai Phule. In educating women, we educate generations and shape our society. Next, we have Ganesh as Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and I don't even have to say anything, you know. Okay. Yeah. Next we have Kabir as Manyavar Kashinamji. Kashinam was a Bahujan icon who played a pivotal role in dismantling upper caste dominance in politics by establishing Bahujan as a political identity and empowering marginalized communities to attain political power. And last but not the least is Grace. Grace is representing as Fulan Devi. Fulan Devi, a pioneering anti-caste figure from North India, is revered in Ambedkarite Bahujan circles as the Justice Queen. She is also the first oppressed caste woman elected to parliament. Okay. Ready? Guys. Jai Bhim, Namo Buddhaya. Jai Bhim. Thank you guys.
Wow, what an inspiring and delightful display of creativity, history, and tradition. A heartfelt thank you to Pallavi for guiding our young stars and making this segment so memorable. Let's celebrate their efforts, talent, and hard work with a big round of applause. Now, it's time to continue our celebration with Power of from the talented kids Avni, Arishka, Rajvi, Ruthvi, Runjun, and Charmi, who will be performing a song as a tribute to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Please join me in welcoming the Austin Girls Group to the stage with a big round of applause.
Wow, that was such a spirited and fabulous performance. The Austin kids have truly honored Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar through their dance. Let's give them another big round of applause for their amazing energy and dedication.
As we move forward, it's time to reflect on the remarkable journey of the Ambedkarite Buddhist Association of Texas. This organization has been a cornerstone of our community, standing strong on the values of Buddhism and social justice inspired by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar.
ABAT has not only fostered a spirit of togetherness, but has also promoted change, compassion and education within our community. Today, to tell us more about ABAT's journey and accomplishments, we invite Mr. Shirish Gadwil to the stage for a special presentation. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Okay, so we'll be talking about journey of ABAT. Again, for those folks who don't know me, my name is Shirish. I have been a member of ABAT from past 8 years or so, and we'll go over the history of ABAT. In fact, this is the agenda. Alright, so we'll talk about how ABAT started, what is ABAT's goals and missions, what do we do, who are our members. We'll go over the registration process and how to become a member of ABAT, and what's next for ABAT. So we'll go over all these details. So let's talk about a little bit about history of ABAT, how ABAT started. So as you can see here, the roots of ABATs were started way in 2004 when Jagdish sir, who was here, and Raju Kamle sir from Canada, he got in touch with Jagdish and he gave some pointers to a couple of members who was living in Houston, and in 2008 they got together with a couple of members and went from Austin, and that's how the first get together started in 2008. The first DCPD program was done in 2012, which is 12 years back. And keep in mind, ABAT was not formed at that point in time. It was a handful of members who got together and did the DCPD celebrations. In 2014, ABAT was actually formed, but it took until 2015 for it to be officially registered as a non-profit organization. And since 2015, there is no looking back. This year, in fact, we celebrated 100 Dhamma Talk. A big round of applause for that. 2014 marks a year where we reached 100 Dhamma Talk. And today we stand celebrating 12th DCPD program. By the way, DCPD is a signature program for ABAT, and we have been celebrating this at a large scale from past many years. So kudos to all the organizers as well for organizing this event here. So, but what does it mean? Like, I want to understand, like, give it a thought. What does it really mean? So, if you look back in 2015, and even if you look back on 2012 when ABAT started, we have grown tremendously. We have matured as an organization. There are so many new talents who have joined the organization, and which can be very evident in this slide. So you see, this was a flyer for 2012 DCPD, and you compare that with the flyer for this year. Do you see the finesse in the flyer itself across 2012 to 2014? Although the color scheme remains, some of it remains to be same for some reason. But you see the finesse of the design itself of the DCPD flag. But again, like, what does it really mean? Most of our ABAT members are family members. We have kids who either go to school, some of them goes to college as well. And ABAT opportunity for the kids to explore or expose themselves with the teaching of Buddhism, and also to take forward Baba Saheb Ambedkar's legacy. If ABAT would not have been there, the kids at the school, they will be totally oblivious of what Buddhism is. School doesn't teach Buddhism. Nobody in my neighborhood knows who, or they don't talk about Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Only when we get together as an ABAT, as a group, that's when they get exposure to what Baba Saheb Ambedkar is. And to give an evidence, this is my son Shanet, and this is his photo in 2016 DCPD, and he has grown tremendously, and he is now taking mirror selfies. So unless ABAT would not have been there, he would not have been known to what Ambedkar is, he would not have known to Baba Saheb's legacy and to Buddhism or Buddhist teachings. So really grateful for ABAT for giving him that opportunity. Now, as a ABAT, since 2015, what have we become? In 2015, like I said, we registered as a non-profit organization in state of Texas. We have received 5413 status, which means we have obtained tax ID. We are officially registered, which means we also have a dedicated bank account. We maintain general ledger, and we file IT return taxes every year. And everybody is welcome to, it's an open book. Anybody has any questions, it's an open book. It's available for everyone to see what ABAT's tax returns are. We do have a website. I think most of them would already know, but if we don't, we have ABAT USA.org as a website. We try to keep it updated as much as possible. You are please more than welcome to visit that. This is a snapshot of how the website looks. We also have an email address for our organization. And the next thing which I think might be surprising for most of them is ABAT also has an app called as ABAT. We launched this app about 2 years back. It needs a little bit of maintenance, but this app is still there. And for those who are interested in how this app looks, this is how the app looks. So feel free to explore. There is a little bit of maintenance which is needed there, but we had strived towards creating that app as well. We have listed ABAT as well as on the Amazon Smile. So whenever you do some shopping, please mention ABAT as a non-profit organization. We get some percentage of your shopping as a part of the donation for ABAT. So ABAT, since 2015, like I said, we have been associated with various organizations within US, and these are a list of few of the organizations we have been associated with. So as you can see, there are a bunch of organizations, and the last one and many more. We constantly try to be in touch with other organizations, try to see what all activities we can participate in, and these are just a list of other organizations. So you can see all the organizations within USA and across worldwide as well. ABAT is trying to get associated. So what are ABAT's goals and missions, right? So the first and foremost is we want to connect with Ambedkarite Buddhists all over Texas. We want to spread awareness of Buddhism and try to implement that in our day-to-day life. We want to build a close-knit community, and as ABAT grows, this is a very crucial part where we want to have like-minded people, a close-knit network marching towards Ambedkar's karma. We want to take that forward. And we also want to continue our association with other organizations across Texas, USA, and beyond worldwide. So let's go on some of the programs what ABAT does on a yearly basis. So first is disability, like I said, this is the 12th year. We have been celebrating this since 2011. We skipped 1 year for 2020 due to COVID, but apart from that year, we have been consistently celebrating disability. This is the first year, like you have heard, we are celebrating in Austin. But yeah, these are our disability events. We do conduct monthly Dhamma Talk, and the purpose of Dhamma Talk is again to invoke interests of 4 noble truths, 5 precepts, and 8 noble paths which Buddhism dictates. We started this month, the monthly Dhamma Talk from December 2011, and we have been doing it on a monthly basis. We typically do it second Sunday of every month. And we recently concluded 107th Dhamma Talk this year, 15th September, which was last coordinated by Rahul Morrow and family. So typically what we do in Dhamma Talk is we begin with ritual, Panchashil and chanting. We meditate for 30 minutes. We have Bandeji who tell stories to the kids, and they bless us as well with Dhamma Talk. We do cyber celebrations. Cyber celebration is celebrating Baba Saheb Ambedkar's birth anniversary. We have been celebrating this from 2016 onwards as a part of an online gathering, and we do this in conjunction with AIM and ANA. We do invite guest speakers and performances all over the world. We still want to continue this on a yearly basis. We do participate in Anand Bazaar. Anand Bazaar is celebrating India's Independence Day. We organize a booth. It's conducted in Dallas, where about 5,000 people visited the booth in the past. We distribute free books on Baba Saheb Ambedkar's Dalit literature and Buddhism. This is a very good forum where we expect a lot of families to get introduced to ABAT. So this is another big event which we do. And as part of other social activities, we do conduct various food donation drives, medicines donation drives. We did that in the past in association with North Texas Food Bank. We do have students' meets which we conduct twice a year. We do donate books and toys. We in fact donated about close to 500 books in 15 different libraries including universities and local libraries. And as part of one event, we do campaign twice a year. We try to do it twice a year, where it's a residential campaign for all the families to get together and have some fun. We do have a dedicated Brahma Vihara in Thailand available now. This place is the first Vihara, an Indian Vihara that we have Gandhiji available for us to give Dhamma talk. It's a very beautiful and scenic place. If you haven't visited the Brahma Vihara in Thailand, I would highly encourage to do so. It's a very peaceful place, and that we have been conducting Dhamma talk in that Vihara from last year onwards. And this is the address I mentioned here. I'll go over a few of the pictures of a few of the glimpses of ABAT activities, not only for this year but from previous years as well. We did participate in a lot of protests this year. As you can see, a few of the key members protesting. We have a few snapshots of Anand Bazaar, DCPD events in the past. There was another event we attended this year in association with Indian Overseas Congress, where Rahul Gandhi had visited us. So a few of the members got a chance to meet him. In the town you can see Javed Akhtar. There was a alumni function hosted by Aligarh University, where we went and got a chance to meet to Javed Akhtar as well. And again, a few of the snapshots of the previous DCPD celebrations. You can see a few dances, group pictures. We did also participate in Sitaram, usually the CPM leaders memorial, which was conducted in Dallas this year. And again, a few other snapshots from past ABAT activities. This is the place where I was mentioning the Garland Brahma Vihara on the right side. Okay, so now let's talk about who are the ABAT members. Like I said, ABAT started in 2014 and it has been expanding ever since. So we have a list of members who started from 2014 and 2024. So I would really like to, everyone to give a round of big applause for being dedicated to ABAT. ABAT is, like I said, a voluntary organization. Nobody is enforcing you to be a part of this organization. So kudos to those members who are dedicated to be part of this mission and continue to be part of this mission. A big round of applause. Okay, so how do you become an ABAT member? So, like I said, DCPD this event, Dhamma Talk and Anand Bazaar are the key events where people get introduced to ABAT, they understand what ABAT is, and we are hoping to have the continuous engagement going forward. We have a membership form where we request members to submit the form and we add them into our ABAT core groups. There is a membership fee of $50 per person or $30 per family. Students are exempt for this monthly contribution, but we have a membership fee here. Like I said, we don't have any sponsors for ABAT. ABAT is a member-driven organization. All the expense what we do is from our monthly contribution. So that's one of the reasons why we don't have, ABAT doesn't have any hierarchy. We don't have any directors, we don't have any presidents, we don't have any hierarchy in ABAT. It's a member-driven organization, and that's why all the decisions are taken with agreement or with the majority of the agreement with the members. And it's very crucial to keep it the same way, and that's why the fees comes into the check. We added delete members as per the bylaws which we have established as part of this non-profit organization, and donations are always appreciated. If you are not able to become a member of ABAT, there is a donation box here and you can get it online, you can connect it, you can give some more details about this as well. So what's next? Next year we are planning to conduct blood donation drives in coordination with ANA and India groups. So I would look forward for those communications. We'll start engaging into the blood donation drive next year as well. And the main objective, like I said, is how do we further Baba Saheb's vision? Bring in some ideas, what all voluntary opportunities you want to do. We can discuss it together and we can go forward for it. The ABAT organization, like you saw in the previous slide, is continuously growing, and we want to keep on growing forward. Right now, we saw that list was about 30 members, but I would personally like to see that list grow to 100 members. So please be involved in this caravan. Let's take the Buddhist teachings forward. Let's take our Ambedkar's caravan forward and be a close-knit community going forward. Thank you. Any questions on that? And I'm over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh, for that inspiring presentation. ABAT's journey is a true testament to the spirit of progress and in our community, reminding us how far we have come together. This growth is possible only because of the efforts of our dedicated members and supporters.
Let's give the entire ABAT family a big round of applause for their ongoing contributions and commitment.
Now I would like to welcome Brigla Gedam and Tanushree Wagmare to lead us into the next part of our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vaishali Bhaiya. That was wonderful. Hello everyone, Jai Bhim and Namo Buddhaya. I am Tanushree Wagmare.
Jai Bhim everyone, I am Brigla Gedam.
Together we will continue the next session of our program. Up next, we are honored to have a special performance from the Austin Ladies Group. Pallavi, Vaishali, Brugla, Priya, Neha, Rohini, Sambodhi, Monali, Metta, whose voice and sorry for
Check.
sorry. Hello. Sorry for the technical glitch. So the Austin ladies are already here on the stage. And yeah, please welcome them and with a big round of applause. Let the song begin. yet wonderful and performance. Your harmony and passion truly bewilders. Them a big round of applause.
Up next, we are deeply honored to welcome Dr. Santosh Raut to our stage. Dr. Raut is currently a postdoctoral fellow at Harvard Divinity School, where he focuses on Buddhist ministry, a field that combines spiritual wisdom with practical solution of social justice. In addition to his work in US, Dr. Raut serves as an assistant professor of aesthetics and philosophy in India, and he is the director of prestigious Nagarjuna Institute in Nagpur, a beacon for Buddhist education.
Dr. Raut dwells into Lavyana Buddhism, exploring its transformative role in social justice, a vision rooted in the pioneering ideals of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. It's truly a privilege to have such a distinguished scholar with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Santosh Raut with a heartfelt round of applause as he takes the stage to share his inspiring journey and vision with us.
So good afternoon friends, and first of all I must congratulate you for such a huge gathering and turnout. So first of all, a big round of applause. I was talking to Professor Scott, who is also my friend, and as you very rightly pointed out, when he's speaking from the different voice, different vantage point, I'm speaking from different vantage point, and actually it's a need that needs to be merged and entwined somewhere in terms of thoughts, in terms of his expression, and also how that society or their social message is manifested. And I'm very honored to share this dais with all of you. Congratulate you, you are having the first time celebration in Austin. And he and I also shared a stage back in Nagalok, where he's witnessed the foundation of Babasaheb Ambedkar Philosophical Society. So I was very glad the way you mentioned the philosophic expression, where very few or rare philosophers or theologian or social reformers or even politician has been celebrated so living and so lively. So it's, I think, I still remember I don't remember the name of a very sort of right-wing wing called RSS. The founder of the place, Sarsanga Chalak, the chief of RSS, said once that dead Ambedkar is more dangerous than live Ambedkar. Because when Dr. Ambedkar was alive, we could able to handle him. But we can't handle the Ambedkar after his death. Why? Because he was so much alive in our heart. He's so much alive in people's memory. And you see the manifestation of that. I go everywhere across the world, and so wonderful to see the flowers that are sort of blooming through his thought. I just wanted to very briefly say that why do we celebrate Dr. Ambedkar? For three reasons to begin with, and I'll be very brief. Of course, first reason is he is a great man. He's a great man in himself because there are many social reformers and theologians and politicians who did their best, and of course there is no comparison who is high and who is low. We do not think in that way, but because he gave so much, including like even when black women or people got voting right, Dr. Ambedkar made provisions in India for voting for a successful democracy. And I think he himself said that I'm like Moses to my people, who are carrying them to the promised land where they can experience liberation. So he himself carried that great responsibility at his shoulder. But at the same time, he was struggling with the twofold challenges. First is the internal colonialism, and second is the external colonialism. Because he was struggling and writing during British India, where the forces of nation freedom or the freedom movement were at peak, and in fact Lala Lajpat Rai, who made Dr. Ambedkar in Colombia, said that why don't you join home rule movement, and Dr. Ambedkar said, well, I know my responsibility and I do not want to participate in something that will distract my goal for the India. So he was focused in that way. So there was a pressure for him from the leaders during Indian freedom struggle, and also from the Britishers. Of course, he has to negotiate with the British bureaucracy and the power, and he still, as Professor Scott very rightly mentioned, is very less known. We are in our own world where we know that everyone knows Ambedkar. But there are very few people in academic world, in universities, or wherever there are studies on race or discrimination or inclusivity, or in ministerial work, is very less known. And the term like socially engaged Buddhism is coined by great master Thich Nhat Hanh. Dr. Ambedkar started doing that work even before Thich Nhat Hanh appeared in the scene, where Buddhism sort of encountering into the Western world. So these are some important reason why we celebrate Dr. Ambedkar. And he said in 1940 Times of India, I sort of lost my PowerPoint in my computer last night, where he said that focusing our attention all-sidedly on the political freedom will be suicidal to India, and forget the very social and economic empowerment of people. Because when independence will achieve, who will address the people who are still socially and economically marginalized? No one would look after them. So he didn't want one set of oppressors to replace by the another set of oppressors. That was his insight, and which is very true. Well, to be honest, why do we feel so liberated or free when we come across the water, or in the States or in the Europe? Because we sense, or probably you guys sense, a sense of freedom, the creativities that we can do, the researches that we can do, the exploration that we have here, which was restricted because of the caste system in India. That's one of the very forethought Dr. Ambedkar had even before hundreds of years. Second reason, because he is a great humanist. I am proclaimed to say he is a great Buddhist because he converted to Buddhism. I do not want to say we should celebrate him because he is great Buddhist. There are other great Buddhists, of course. But the way, like what we heard from earlier presentation from Professor Scott, he was trying to entwine the idea of religion to something liberative, something elevating, and something that would emancipate from the mental slavery. Now, if you look at the histories of slaveries, of course, there is struggle within the religious institutions and even Buddhism, to be honest. You see, why democracies are delivered today, or why liberal democracies are delivered? Because they are facing two important challenges. The first challenge is the fundamentalism, religious fundamentalism, because you draw the sources from the religion, the theology, who will liberate you, who is your Messiah. That's the rhetoric has been a lot of used in the world politics. That's the mood of the world today. We have to accept this. There is a sort of last 10 years, there is a wave of this authoritarian, populist, nationalist mood in the democracy. So this is the second challenge that democracy faces. And liberal democratic models are weak before these two important religious fundamentalism and populist authoritarian nationalist forces, because they are so complicatedly entwined with our faith sentiments, and that becomes a complicated story. And Dr. Ambedkar, not just today, in his own time, has to struggle with it. After all, Pune Pact was not rejected because of the rights to the untouchables. It was rejected because the Varnashrama unity will be destroyed. That was Gandhi's argument in Morrow. So we see these two important challenges that liberal democracies are facing in our time. So Dr. Ambedkar was the first leader who crystal clearly saw this connection between the Buddhism and the democracy, where democracy has to meet certain parameters when it comes to its success. Therefore, again, the Devian insights that Professor Scott was trying to borrow is associate living. It's a respect and reverence for one citizen towards another citizen. That's the unique approach Dr. Ambedkar takes, and he anchors that into your moral values. Moral values like liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity, and justice. So I think first time he saw that, because while giving constitution to the first president of India, Dr. Ambedkar clearly said that law and the rules and the police cannot control the society. It can control the minority of criminals, but society cannot be controlled by police or the laws or mere code of conducts. It needs a civilizational change. It needs a cultural alteration. It needs the cultural transformation, and that is foremost important for him. So he carried Buddha in his heart, but the language he was putting in parliament or before public was much broader than what we probably can imagine. Buddhism is a sort of expression in his thought in that way, where one might call Navayana Buddhism, which I'm going to speak tomorrow at university at length. But again, we encounter a lot of problem or challenges while we defining Navayana Buddhism, because when he published Buddha and his Dhamma, it was rejected, and in fact it was burned by some fundamentalists in his own time by saying this is not Buddha and his Dhamma, this is Ambedkar and his Dhamma. So he invited a lot of criticism. So I think his presentation of Dhamma in that way is very unique, which yet his followers or rest of the Buddhist world to realize. And he takes a much deeper and moral purpose in the democracy. And he defines democracy at the 4 parameters, that unity, quality of unity. And quality of unity, he entwines that with the Varnashrama Dharma. Because there is no possibility of quality of unity when you have a graded inequality. Right? And there is a difference between pure equality and inequality and graded inequality. Pure equality and inequality can be white and black, could be hungry and poor, or rich and those who are in poverty. But in a graded inequality, which sort of based on the Varnashrama Dharma, it's very difficult to unite them for the revolution, to root out that graded inequality. Because every caste thinks that's his problem or her problem. That's their caste problem, this is not our problem. So we cannot be united in the name of graded inequality, which Dr. Ambedkar clearly points out. So he says that there is a lack of quality of unity. There is no public welfare from the public resources, because accumulation of wealth in the state is accumulated or gathered for the privileged class, which are few, are using the maximum number of resources. And that glaring inequality is danger to the democracy, Dr. Ambedkar says. So sooner the better you remove that glaring inequality, he says. There must not be a minority who is oppressed in the democracy. So that's his second warning he gives. And third warning he gives, that the mutual sympathy. Mutual sympathy in the sense that caste becomes the, moral becomes the caste base. So he cites example from the even upper caste sense, like Basavanna or Dhaneshwar or even Tukaram. When they try to alter the caste system, their own caste outcast them. It's not only ex-untouchables, or I don't like word Dalits, but Dalits when try to reform, only they are attacked. Even the upper caste are attacked whenever they try to reform the system. That's what happened with Jyotiba Phule. He was not a Dalit, right? He was not untouchable, but he was sort of marginalized by his own people. So these are some reasons he gives. And then he defines morality at different level. So he gives what is moral or what is principle in divine language, if you try to understand. Read Buddha and his Dhamma, he gives 2 levels, sacred and universal. So what is sacred or sacred? So sacred can easily be translated into a divinity or the holy, which is another sensitive term for the people who are coming from Hindu oppressive background. The moment I say divine, I immediately go to the God. But there is a difference between the Abrahamic notion of God and the God that has been defined in the Vedas and the Upanishads and the Puranas. Because you see the story of origin. In the story of origin, there is an inbuilt hierarchy. You are born from the feet of Brahma. You are outcast, not even a part of Brahma's body, because you are not allowed to be even a part of Brahma's body. However, you accept to born from the feet. Right? So there is an inbuilt hierarchy. That's not sacred for him. He said the moment, he says, you should take a stand that Buddha took in 1936, Annihilation of Caste. And in the last para of Annihilation of Caste, he says that you must know that all things are nashwar, decomposed, right? Decomposite. Everything is changing. And that's the stand of Buddha, Dr. Ambedkar leads, that there is no Atman, no self. There is no Brahmatman, there is no Kshatriyatman, there is no Vaishyatman, and there is no Shudratman, and there is no Striyatman. Because all women are Shudras, according to origin story. And that is not sacred. So he says, the moment you give up that fixity of sacredity based on divinity, and you liberate, like what Buddha was trying to say, that there is no Atman but Anatman. So you see the traditional Anatman discourse, you go into Anakka Latta Sutta, Anatma Sutta where Sarnath Buddha taught. But mind you, in first sermon you read 4 noble truths, right? Pahila Arya Satya Kaya, what is the first noble truth? There is dukkha, right? And there is the cause of dukkha. So Buddha taught first sermon only first 4 part of 4 noble truths. But the moment they realize, no, but after all we reborn from the past karmas, Buddha taught Anatta Lakkhana Sutta. And he defined that there is no Anatman that will carry on from your past birth immediately after giving 4 noble truths. Why he thought that I need to teach now about Anatta, right? Because he want to disconnect this journey of eternal Atman, which maintain the caste hierarchy and the reasons of the suffering. So that's connection Dr. Ambedkar draws. And in the preface he said that it's important to remove these paradoxes from Buddhism. And removing those paradoxes, because conventionally you will hear the discourse from the monks or Mahayana or Vajrayana or from Zen teaching. That's great. Why we like all those teachings? Because we consider ourselves Buddhists because of Baba Sahib. But it's equally important to understand what is his take on the dukkha. And in fact he rejected the notion of dukkha in Buddha and his Dhamma. Why he was rejecting? The main reason he was rejecting because he thought, my people should not consider Buddha's teaching of dukkha as their destiny of untouchability. I am suffering because I am born untouchable. I am suffering because I am born woman. Therefore I am suffering. And Buddha said there is dukkha. So Dr. Ambedkar is taking a radical shift. That's not the reason you are suffering. You are suffering because of fixity, because the Atman. So you go with your own way. You go with your own way of understanding and annihilating of caste. But try to understand this. That's the urge Dr. Ambedkar is constantly putting from 1936 to 1956, 20 years. So unfolding of thought has a long journey. That is sacred for him, where you do not recognize yourself from the fixed identity as an untouchable or woman or white or whatever. And universal, that's his take on morality. Universal, something that is applicable to all human. So let us come back to reclamation of human personality. So again, what was the reclaiming? What we are reclaiming to? And then he goes to the scheme of ordination in Buddhism. You see his scheme of Diksha. So you just picked up the book from that desk and see the list of ordinees Dr. Ambedkar is quoting. So he's taking Bharatvaj Brahmana. Then he talks about Upali, the Navi. And then he talks about Angulimal. Then he talks about the why Upali. Upali was a OBC in modern language, right? And Sakyas were the royal tribe, right? Sakyas were the royal tribe. And Buddha ordained Upali before Sakya's ordination, and saying that Upali will be your elder brother, because in a Sangha there is a rule that if you are ordained first, you are considered to be elder brother. So Buddha did that revolution already in his own time, and Dr. Ambedkar tries to communicate that spirit through his scheme of dikshas that he is quoting. Then he's talking about Angulimal. Then he's talking about Chandalika. And Chandalika was a untouchable woman. And she says that, oh, now I have become the liberated woman. I was standing at one shore of the ocean, but now I can see the true nature of reality. Then Buddha says, that's not the full story, O Chandalika. You are no more Chandalika now. Now you, O noble woman, will teach all to the noble men and royal men and all Brahmanas and all Shudras what reality is. So Buddha was not happy, wow, you became enlightened, now you enjoy. He gives a responsibility, right? So while you are listening my talk, your mind is pendulum between Buddha and Ambedkar. What Maitreya is or what Santosh is trying to talk about? Is he teaching Buddhism or is talking about Dr. Ambedkar? And that's the sort of a beautiful entwining that Dr. Ambedkar did with the presentation of his Dhamma. And another, the Sunita. The Sunita was a scavenger and he was not allowed to enter into a village because his shadowing pollute the, you know all this story, I don't have to go into that. But when Buddha saw that, he says, Yeri Bhikkhave, look at his hand. Buddha is inviting him into his order. So that the spirit of inclusivity, Dr. Ambedkar is trying to communicate through this Sunita's ordination in Buddha and his Dhamma. And again, Sunita did not become a monk, did not just join the Sangha, but he became Arhata. And once he became Arhata, all the Brahmanas came to him and requested him what knowledge you got to have this glory of your mind. And why are you so bright? Teach us that. So you see the story is upside down. That's how Dr. Ambedkar tells this story. So it's very important to understand the way Dr. Ambedkar is trying to communicate the story. And here we come on extremely important story of Dr. Ambedkar himself. It was probably December 55 or something, I don't remember the date exactly, because I discovered this story through my conversation with Vamanrao Godbole when I interviewed him. And he told me, in December, Dr. Ambedkar called us at Alipur, 26 Alipur in Delhi. And you remember 1957 was the second election of independent India. Dr. Ambedkar finished the writing of Manifesto of Republican Party of India, and then he invited a meeting of his cohort, Shankaranand Shastri, Madhav Panchabhai, Vamanrao Godbole, Bhole Patil, Sohanlal Shastri. These all his core Nanak Chandratu were there in Delhi. And he came with a very heavy body that two secretaries carried him to the table. And he sat on the chair and he said, I am going to declare something extremely important. And everyone thought, because of the writing of Manifesto of Republican Party India is done, Dr. Ambedkar is going to tell us how to win the election in 1957. And Dr. Ambedkar said, I am going to convert to Buddhism in Nagpur. He didn't publicly say it before that anywhere. That's the time he gave the story. And then everyone thought, why are you bringing religion? Once we achieve the political power, all our problem will go. Dr. Ambedkar said, my revolution will not finish unless I introduce you his great son of India, who has lost the roots. And he said, you did not understand the total sort of vision of my revolution. That's what he was trying to say. And he was writing Buddha and his Dhamma too. So he declared there and converted publicly into Buddhism in 1956. Now, looking back into the history, we understand we've been to power in Uttar Pradesh, we've been to power in various states, and there is political power among this community to some extent, right? If not in the fullest majority. But still the divides, the deep divides are not totally gone, and besides Buddhism, probably his legacy would have been unfinished. So that's where he completes the circle. I do not have time to go into that, but that's what Buddha was to Dr. Ambedkar. First is historical, not just a mythical and the abstract idea which manifests into the human history. Secondly, of course, he was real, that means pragmatic. If I put it in debate term, he was pragmatic, that's achievable, that is possible to achieve, and it was dhammic, it was spiritual. And the moment I say spiritual, the moment we become aware of the Buddha, what happens? When I say Buddha, there are two different meanings to this word. In the light of Dr. Ambedkar thought, I may think Buddha was a name to a Siddhartha Gautama in 563 BC. So that Buddha is frozen in the history. What happens when you sit, meditate and try to understand your own mind? When I speak about Bodhi, when I speak about awakened mind, when I speak about awareness, suddenly Buddha becomes alive in your own mind. Buddha says that you can also become the Buddha. That's the reclamation Buddha himself did in Angulimala's mind. That's what Buddha himself did in Sunita's mind. That's what Buddha did in Chandalika's mind, and they become enlightened. Probably that's what Dr. Ambedkar did in our own mind. To make that Buddha alive in our own day-to-day living experiences, not to froze him into the historical parameters like an abstract idea or is unachievable, I can't become that, but good to celebrate that history. He sort of alivened the historical roots. So when he said, I'm finishing it, just a few sentences. Dr. Ambedkar said, now I am going to introduce the lost son of his own soil. It was clouded by the dark cloud of caste, but now India will be awakened to the new civilization. That was, he said, in the convergence ceremony. But when he given constitution to India, what did he say to Indian Prime Minister? President, he said that an experience of democracy is not new to India. It was very much existed in Buddha's Dhamma. So the way he connects his roots, the way he brings Buddha alive in us, that must be kept alive and must be understood in that sense. The last slide, can I play last slide? So that's what Diksha Bhumi means. The first slide is the Buddha's last dream. Buddha had a 4 dream after his enlightenment. This is one of Buddha's dream. The 4 birds are coming from 4 directions, but when they come to the Buddha's feet, they become white. So cleansing of the mind, purity of the mind, cultivation of the mind, that's what Dr. Ambedkar was trying to hint at us. We do not come for 4 directions with the 4 castes or whatever identity we carry, but we become pure or the casteless at the feet of the Buddha. And that's what Baba Sahib was trying to do at Diksha. That's what he was trying to bring that reality into, dream into a reality. I congratulate you for this wonderful gathering, and time listening to these words, though they might be familiar or new to you. I wish you all the best, and thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for sharing your such valuable insights with us. Your perspective have given us a deeper understanding of Buddhism and its role in promoting social justice. Let's show our appreciation with a big round of applause. Let's give Dr. Rao a big round of applause. We now have the opportunity to engage with Dr. Rao further through a brief Q&A. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hands and we bring the mic to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for such a wonderful inspirations that you put forward, and really it touched our heart, as well as the last slide. It really means to all of us if we all understand it. With this, you mentioned about the Pune Pact, and I think including me, we all were understanding that it is benefit for the untouchable. But you have mentioned that it was not mean for the untouchable, but for the disintegration of the Varnas hierarchy. Can you put some light on that, and which at least I am unaware about those things, so if you can put some light on those things and elaborate it so that we all lay people can understand it.
Well, I will be very brief. It's a long story, but in 1930, the second roundtable conference, Gandhi was there, and when he heard that Dr. Ambedkar became a hero in 1930, the first roundtable conference, and highlighted about the reservations in political seats and other provisions he made, and he won the table. Actually, Sayajirao Gaikwad was there congratulating him, and then Gandhi went to second roundtable conference and said that I'm a leader of Harijans, I'm a leader of untouchable. So you see the disagreements spark there, and after all, Dr. Ambedkar won that battle in front of British India. So when communal award was given by Ramsay MacDonald, because he was leftist, we have to see who was he. He comes from the left background, and he was very sympathetic to Dr. Ambedkar's presentation, and he won and he came back to India. But then Gandhi had no any other weapon than his own weapon of satyagraha or fasting, right? And Dr. Ambedkar very heavy-heartedly said, when he lost that argument, I brought you orange from the England, and what I left with the pulp of it, all juice is taken. Because Gandhi argued that in 4 Varnashrama Dharma, if I give up this section of the society, this unity will be lost. So Hindu unity will be lost. I do not want to fracture the Hindu unity. That was his argument. So when it comes to the political negotiations or the negotiation in the legislature, it's always argument, and you produce the empirical facts, and that can be handled actually, and that can be won, which Dr. Ambedkar very rightly did. But when it comes to religion, it's very difficult to negotiate. There is a very confused and vague ground that has been heavily loaded by faith sentiments, and that faith sentiments are very difficult to defeat. So Dr. Ambedkar had to compromise. That was the weapon Gandhi has used, and therefore we lost that deal, or Dr. Ambedkar lost that deal in Pune Pact. And it's not just Pune Pact, you see it manifests at various levels. It's like a chameleon. Caste is like a chameleon. It changes its color as the environment goes. So we see that change of color even today. So some of us or some of you must have grown, or because they come from the immediate constituency of Dr. Ambedkar, educate, agitate, organize. So they got educated, but there is more than 70% of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe are still suffering and living in a poverty. Every month, more than 10 to 15 cases are registered of lynching and rapes on the women and the lynching of men. So you see, the data are not satisfactory. We still have a long way to go. So that's what Gandhi did in Pune Pact. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that is a very well-known populist argument has been used by majoritarians that Buddhism is part of Hinduism. I have two responses to that personally. My first response is strategic. If you say, okay, and do not count down this word. This is not my words. I'm just giving you a clever answer. If Buddha is an incarnation of Vishnu, I have no problem. If it is a part of Hinduism, I have no problem. Celebrate Buddhism. Celebrate Buddha. Why Buddha is not celebrated then? You are celebrating the same side of the coin, right? But they want us to accept for co-opting or become a part of it. But at the same time, I'm part of it in Ambedkar's language. I do not really share that privilege. Therefore, Baba Sahib said, Dalit or untouchable will become one of the priests or head of any of your matas, and that was not accepted. So that's the first sort of argument of it. The second part is, it can't be because Buddha, as he said, he denied absolutism. It's about philosophical problem. Buddha denied absolutism. He denied fixity. He denied that there is anything in me as an Atman that remains unchanging, eternal, fixed. And there is nothing outside in the world that remains unchanging, eternally fixed. So Buddha denied that position. And Dr. Ambedkar in Buddhist Dhamma argued, if there is fixity, evolution is not possible. And that's the word of Anatman. Evolution is possible because there is change. Otherwise, I will always remain for eternal time Dalit or woman. But what happened to Siddhi? What happened to Chandalika? And what happened to us? If you see in that way, it changed. Otherwise, even if you become president, prime minister, collector, professor, you carry that stigma of caste that eternally carries in your heart. So even if I go to Harvard or if I go to, how can I tell you, I was offering a course on Kant and Schopenhauer in my university. I learned Schopenhauer from the German scholars. I learned Schopenhauer from the first-hand speakers. And I was given a statement of how can Professor Rao can teach Schopenhauer. Even you become a professor, you carry that eternally inferiority in your mind. So that syndrome was nullified by Buddha by introducing Anatman, there is no creator, there is no Shastra, or by Ambedkar saying that evolution is not possible if things are fixed. You see where they are meeting at crossroad. That's what I would say.
Thank you once again, Dr. Rao.
Thanks a lot. Wish you all the best and congratulations.
For your thoughtful answers and for spending time with us today. As token of our gratitude, we would like to present you with a memento. May I please invite Mr. Kamlesh Nandagauri to come forward and present the memento to Dr. Rao. Thank you, Kamlesh ji, and thank you, Dr. Santosh Rao. One more big round of applause for the wonderful contribution and the wonderful insights shared today. Now, we have a special performance by Austin Bhim Kanyas featuring Monali, Rohini, and Payal. This dance is a beautiful tribute to the incredible legacy of Ramabai and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, celebrating their contribution to justice and equality. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they take the stage.
सुखदुःखात खंबीरपणे साथ दिली, जिनं आपल्या पतीकडे कधीही कसलाही हट्ट धरला नाही, कधीही रुसली देखील नाही, सोन्यासारखं धाडलं हा संसार.
Ambedkar. Let's give them a big round of applause. Next, we are in for a melodious treat. Our young and talented musician Kian Warmare will perform a beautiful piece on the violin. Music has the power to touch our hearts and elevate our spirits. And I'm sure Kian's performance will just do that. Please give him a warm round of applause as Kian takes the stage with his
Known for his dynamic presence, Mr. Shinde has recently shared the stage with influential leaders like Rahul Gandhi and Sam Pitroda. His passion for social change and community empowerment is truly inspiring. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Atul Shinde to the stage.
Jai Bhim everyone. I think we are all waiting for the tea, and desperately I also need tea. How many of you really waiting for the tea? Can you all raise your hand? See? So until I think we have some more time, but don't worry, I can help to energize. Alright, so Jai Bhim everyone, and before I say something, can I request everyone to put your phone into husband mode?
These days husbands are not silent.
Alright. Smiling, as when it came to the husband mode. So I can see a lot of a smile coming from this side. Alright, so Jai Bhim everyone. First, I would like to appreciate and congratulate the organizing committee to host such a wonderful program. And there are many people who are not in front, but they are working in the background. So kudos and appreciation to them as well. And I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate all of you on this auspicious day to come out from the social injustice, I can say a cancer, and this is the day when Baba Sahib took us out from a disease called dangerous than cancer. I think we have seen the COVID, but this disease is worse than COVID. Alright, coming back to Baba Sahib, I just want to address very less about Ambedkar, and I will focus on the occasion, because I will talk more about Ambedkar in 14 April during Ambedkar Jayanti, but I will focus more about whenever people talk about Ambedkar, they often limit his legacy to being a leader of the Dalit. So I want that he was an eminent educationist, an economist, and an able administrator, social and political thinker of his time. He wrote on a diverse topics, a range of subjects, including Can you all hear me?
Yes.
See, without mic, it works. Alright, thank you. So he has written on a diverse range of subjects including anthropology, sociology, economy, philosophy, religion, law, history, politics, etc. What not? I really appreciate and congratulate Global Ambedkarite who has started donating Baba Sahib writing volumes to the universities across the globe, which is and will help the researcher and the students to know about him and take advantage of his vast knowledge, which will definitely help to build a society based on equality, liberty and fraternity. His versatility and profound insight continue to impact society even today. As the principal architect of the Indian Constitution, he ensured that it upheld fundamental rights and social justice for all the citizens. for all the citizens, and I want you guys to repeat and share the same with all of your community, friends, members, and wherever you get opportunity, that he has given the right in the constitution to all the citizens. He is not just the Dalit leader. Let's come out from that mindset. His vision of an egalitarian society inspired many, and he played a crucial role in India's struggle for independence. Dr. Ambedkar at the All India Depressed Classes Conference in July 1942 in Nagpur, India, his call to his followers was to educate, to agitate, and organize. Coming back to the thought process of Baba Sahib, especially with respect to the religion, according to Ambedkar, religion is primarily focused on individual spiritual development, while Dhamma is a set of principles designed to promote the well-being and progress of the entire society, emphasizing social equality and ethical conduct rather than personal salvation alone. Essentially, Dhamma is seen as more socially oriented path compared to traditional religious practices. So we can say that Baba Sahib helped in the nation building process through Buddhism. He has gained the knowledge and experiences, and based on it, tried to make a good society. You can see many examples where he led multiple movements related to social religious reforms. Example, Human Rights Social Movement 1927 Mahar Satyagraha protest, wherein he took water from. I will give you. You will get chance. You will get. I will train you. All right. So this is one example of the human rights. Another one, Kalaram Temple on March 2nd, 1930. Ambedkar and thousands of followers marched to the Kalaram Temple in Nasik, India, to demand that Dalits be allowed to enter. This was not to enter into the temple. Please remember, this was aiming to expose caste system within Indian society. Burning of the Manusmriti, December 25th, 1927. Baba Sahib publicly burned copies of the Manusmriti on 1927 in Maharashtra. The Manusmriti, for some of the people who may not be aware of what is Manusmriti, I think some of the people backside have not put their phone into husband mode. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, husband mode is still active. Thank you. Alright. So some of the people who aren't aware of the Manusmriti, just to give a quick brief, Manusmriti is an ancient Hindu legal text that establishes rules and codes of behavior based on the caste and gender. Ambedkar believed that Manusmriti justifies discrimination and oppression, and he led the burning of the text as a call for more just and equal society. The anti-Koti movement, that is also another movement. All India's scheduled caste federation, Bahiskar Hitkani Sabha. I don't want to go in detail, but just want to convey that there are multiple movements. We start noting down. So in all those movements, he has tried to change the social, religious mindset of the society. Coming back to the Buddhism, and especially in today's world, today's people are talking about Sanatana Dharma. Prior to Sanatana Dharma, I think most of you would have heard this term Sanatana coming after 2014. Prior to that, they were calling Hindu. Prior to that, Arya, then Brahman. So it's all Brahminical system, Brahmanism. So Brahmanism versus Buddhism. Just a quick difference. The Buddhism The structure of Buddhism is based on scientific intellectualism. It does not believe in superstition, gods, ritual, heaven or hell. Buddha said, don't believe anything or accept it until unless you analyze it with appropriate reason. But if you just think that, oh, it's a night, someone told you, traditionally people have been telling you, oh, it's a night, but do you really think it's a night? It's a question to you. Do you think it's a night? I can see it's a night. How many of you see it's a night? Raise your hand. And how many of you can see it's daytime? See daytime. So this is how we need to start analyzing. Alright, so Brahmanism is a polytheistic, worshipping many gods and goddesses, while Buddhism is non-theistic, focusing on the teaching of the Buddha rather than worshipping any divine being. The main difference between Brahmanism and Buddhism is the notion of the belief in there being a soul and no soul or non-self. Brahmanism holds with a permanent self or soul passing from life to life. Buddhism believes there is nothing permanent. We often hear that India used to be Sone ki Chidiya, right? Where various religious communities lived in harmony before the arrival of Muslim community, Muslim ruler. However, this narrative overlooks the fact that even in ancient time, religious conflict and violence were prevalent. Samrat Ashoka, who embraced Buddhism and widely promoted its teaching, ruled prior to Pushyamitra. After Ashoka's death, after 50 years, his grandson Morrow came to power. Pushyamitra was a chief commander, he was a Senapati and he was a Brahmin. He killed Brahadrat and he took the power, and because during the Ashoka time all the Brahmins were very disappointed because Ashoka used to follow Buddhism and Buddhism follows egalitarian Samtavadi. But the Hinduism, the Brahmanism does not have the Samtavadi thought process. They have the caste system, they have the upper and lower class system. So he killed and chief commander under Brahadrat revolted, killed and seized the control. The Brahmins were discontented during Ashoka reigns because his promotion of egalitarian principle. The first thing, after he came to power, what he did, Pushyamitra Sung openly criticized Buddhism and initiated a campaign against it. He is known to have killed many Buddhist monks, destroyed monasteries and stupas, and even offered rewards for the head of Buddhist monks. So whoever brings Buddhist monk, I am gonna give you the golden coin, and you can see some of the same thought process mindset people are coming up and saying, okay, whoever brings, the head of so and so will be rewarded. This persecution led many monks to flee to countries like China, Myanmar, Thailand and Sri Lanka. You would have seen in the media, according to archaeologists' report, while excavating the site where the Ram temple in Ayodhya stands, archaeologists discovered evidence of Buddhist artifacts and structures, suggesting that the site may have previously housed a Buddhist temple or religious complex. You can see many temples like this in India, and if you just zoom it, try to remove the hat, the mukut, and just try to zoom it, you can see it would be Buddha. Just try it. Second thing is, he also commissioned a Brahmin sage named Bhimu to draft the Manusmriti. As per Hindu mythology, Swayambhuva Manu is considered the first man and progenitor of humanity. What is Manusmriti? Is it nothing but laws of Manu, code of conduct? And this talks about the caste system, Dhamma Chakra, right? You guys already touched on it. Want to, again, to begin the effort. This caste system has literally spoiled the Indian society, and we have to start talking about it. We have to start changing the mindset of the people. At the end, I just want to say there are so many people there are so many videos, and there is one book written by Rahul Sanskritian. Actually, his name is Kedar Pandey, where they have controversially referred this Pushmitra Sung as the Ram. And even you would have seen the Vaman Mesram from Pansen, he always comes with, I have the evidence that Pushmitra Sung is the actual Ram. I am not supporting this, and this claim, this remains a topic of the significant debate. So with this, considering the time constraint, I would like to end my thought process here. Thank you everyone. Jai Bhim, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Shinde, for the powerful and motivational speech and your insights on Manusmriti and caste system. Your energy and vision is contagious, as always, we know as ABAT members, and we are grateful for all that. Let's give him a big round of applause. Next, we have a special piano performance by one of our young talent, Tanom Karve. He will be playing the uplifting and inspiring tune, Hum Honge Kamyab, a song that fills us all with hope and determination. Let's give Tanom a big round of applause as he takes the stage.
Your talent on the piano was truly a joy to hear. Let's give Tanav a big round of applause. Up next, we have a lively dance performance by talented Austin ladies dance group Megha, Vaishali Meshram, Vaishali Rangari, Shweta and Mona. Let's give them a big round of applause as they take the stage.
Lady. Brilliant, graceful performance. These songs were beautifully brought to life. Done. Truly amazing. Let's give them this beautiful big round of applause. Next, performing a beautiful piece on the violin. We are sure his performance will captivate all of us. Please give Rishad a warm round of welcome as he takes the stage.
Jai Bhim Everyone.
नाही शिट्टी तुम्हीच शिट्टी फक्त तुम्हीच
आता सिट्टी जोरात आली पाहिजे
बघा त्यानं नाही काही
Now we have an exciting performance from our young dancers all the way from Houston. The Houston kids, Sachi Sao, Akshan Gavai, Avirat Gavai, they are ready to light up the stage with their energetic and joyful moves, showcasing the spirit of unity and tradition. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they take the stage. Please give them a big round of applause. We have a bright and dedicated student from the University of Texas, Vishal Thakre. Vishal is passionate about social justice and equality. And today, he will be sharing his thoughts on the importance of Dr. Ambedkar's legacy in today's world. Join me, Vishal Thakre, to the stage with a warm round of applause.
I am not going to stand here with your samosas and
Miguel also were.
So my topic was
I think we're done.
From Buddha Dhamma Chakra to educate, and I just changed it because of the environment and aesthetics we have created here. I changed it because I found it necessary to change it. So I mentioned a movie which was out last year, which was called Brahmastra. Have you guys seen the movie Brahmastra? Do you know what is the meaning of Brahmastra? When do we use Brahmastra?
Last weapon.
The last weapon.
It is considered as a last weapon. When nothing works in the Brahminical philosophy, when nothing works to destroy or finish your enemy, you use the Brahmastra. But the literal and original meaning of Brahmastra is the cursing by Brahmins. The curse by Brahmin. And we use that, Brahmins use that, or Brahminism use that curse to sort of demonize others. So we consume this kind of narratives which is produced by the Brahminical logic, such as called victim. And these sort of aesthetics that we are creating here, the imagery that we are creating here, Fuller Devi, the Kanshira, the Ambedkar, the Savitri, is sort of, these unsettles this imagery because our kids learn to own our icons. Then I was discussing when Fuller Devi was walking here, person who had his daughter Vishwas sort of mentioned me that Fuller Devi was violent in her revolt against the systemic injustice that was inflicted on her because she was raped brutally by the Ambedkar's dominant landlords, and she literally sort of killed all of them, 25 of them killed in one night. So when we understand such kind of a response which was violent, and there was a critical discourse around it, that should we really have that on the dais or platform? So we have to think about it, because Fuller Devi was sort of branded as a bandit queen, and bandit literally means decade, burglar. But she was not a bandit. She was a social justice. She later on went on to become a parliamentarian, and then she was murdered later. So when we sort of have these icons on our platform, we celebrate them. We not only celebrate them, but we celebrate the legacies and the path they follow. That is what this sort of gathering, this kind of gathering does. It functions as an element or as a force to be aware, to reflect on our legacy. हमारी जो legacy है, and sort of become conscious of the happening around us. And right now, what is happening in India is a counter-revolution. If you look at the new parliament building, they are changing it and completely Brahmanizing it. And it is Dr. Ambedkar, it is the legacy that Bhojan, anti-caste legacy, which has actually challenged it, and that is why we need to mobilize, and efforts have been going on in Texas and all over the world. And also, I also feel sometimes it is also necessary to be responsible and to be conscious of the events around the world. Right now, there is so much violence is happening around the world. Every day I wake up, I see the images of violence on the newspaper. Kids are being killed, kidnapped, kids are being killed. People don't have school to go in Palestine. 1 year, imagine the life of a community. 1 year without school, 1 year without proper food, 1 year without shelter. So, I think sometimes with celebration, we are also, this gathering also reminds us to be responsible and to sensitize and to extend solidarity with such communities that are facing and that are in pain. So I think that values we celebrate. It's not simply about like celebrating our icons, but also a reminder of our legacy. legacy that we fought for and that we live for. And that is what I wanted to share here as a student, because celebration sometimes makes us irresponsible. Also should fix our responsibility to be awakened of the reality around us, and that is why we come together to reflect. So gathering, and it's a sangha. And when we say Buddha Dhamma Sangha, it's not simply a theology that is ritualistic, but it is also a practice of everyday life. When we say Buddha, Buddha is not some individual. Buddha is a state of mind. It's a questioning state of mind. And you question everything. You question everything with the use of rationality. That is what Baba Sahib has told us. Develop scientific rigor, develop scientific spirit and rationality in our mindset. And when he says Dhamma, Dhamma is a life, a way of living life. And that's a way which practices equality, kindness and love. And third is Sangha. And this is the Sangha. When Sangha is not simply the Sangha, when he says Sangha, or when Buddha imagined Sangha, it was an ideal community that Buddha actually described and wanted, and no Dr. Ambedkar wanted us to have and imagine. It was not simply, that is why annihilation of caste comes in. Annihilation of caste was not a speech delivered to untouchables. It was delivered to an Savana audience, upper caste people who were trying to reform society. It was so radical that they cancelled it. So when we imagine Buddha Dhamma Sangha, since we are celebrating Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din, Buddha Dhamma Sangha is a philosophy, principle and foundational practice that we all should embody in our everyday life. When things are happening around the world, there is so much pain. How do we cure it with love? Even every small action. Every small action, if we extend our solidarities to God, then it becomes a responsible act, and that's a value, and that's a true Ambedkarite principle. I feel, and whether it be sort of helping someone in need, or even caring, or even speaking about their rights, right? And also, we need to reflect as a community sometimes when there are critical issues around. And that is what I wanted to speak here today. I don't want to take much time because I am already tired. I want to enjoy everything, and there are last 15 minutes after me. So thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Next, we have a wonderful piano performance by who will be playing the popular and heartwarming song Papa Kehte Hai. This song speaks of dreams, hope and the bond between parents and children. Let's give Tanom a big round of applause as he takes the stage.
इथे बस इकडे बस
certainly you have to somewhere straightforward and right. ये मैंने कर दिया कैमरे से कभी चालू कर दोगे ना आप सेट कर ऑन कर दो ना सिटी बजाना है हो सिटी बजाना है ना मैं फोन से ले रहा हूँ बंद कर देता हूँ टाइम में सेटअप करने में अच्छा आपने बंद कर दिया था मैं बोलता कि ये सामने बैठ नहीं साइकिल से नहीं चेयर पे बैठ रहे नीचे से एकदम सही नहीं रहता मुझे ऐसे पड़ी तो मैं तो वहाँ जाके बैठ हाँ एक अलग एंगल हो जाएगा तो आप वो एंगल से ले लो एक एंगल से ले लो ये स्ट्रेट वाला एंगल वो ना उसको क्लिक कर देना क्या स्टार्ट कर वहाँ पर तो चलने दो ना इसका मेन्यू रहेगा ना उसमें अच्छा दादा भी बैठ रहे रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं अब वीडियो नहीं करते हाँ आज माइक में नाव उधर लेके जाएगी माइक कंटिन्यू नहीं है
Sayad Malik
for this auspicious, truly heartwarming. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Now we have a beautiful musical tribute coming up. This is dedicated to legacy of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and we are thrilled to invite Rajni and Ritvi to the stage to present this heartfelt song, Bhimachi Lekhni. Let's give Rajni and Ritvi a warm round of applause as they take the stage.
Check.
performed by Mrs. Kamal More and group. She will be singing the song Bhimachi Body for her child to honor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Let's welcome Kamal More to the stage with a big round of applause.
Change the mic, please.
Check.
Hello. सर्वांना दुधाच्या साईवरचे माझे लेकरं, माझे भाऊ, माझे बंधू आणि माझ्या लेकींना क्रांतिकारी जय भीम. हापूस आंब्याची झाडी बसलेली त्याच खेडीत माझी भीमवाडी, त्याच खेडीत माझी भीमवाडी. हापूस आंब्याची झाडी बसलेली त्याच खेडीत माझी भीमवाडी, अशी आकर्षित माझी भीमवाडी. पोलादी मनगटाची छाती कसलेली आहे, स्वाभिमानाची गोडी वाणीत बसलेली आहे. खोपीची काळी काळी लाजवी उंच वाडी, अशी आकर्षित माझी भीमवाडी. भरल्या पहाटे मंजुळ सुरत्री चरणाचे, धडे गिरविती मुले भिक्खूंच्या आचरणाचे. आचरणाची ती गोडी प्रताप सिंगाला ओढी, त्याच खेडीत माझी भीमवाडी, अशी आकर्षित माझी भीमवाडी. बसलेली त्याच खेडीत माझी भीमवाडी, अशी आकर्षित माझी भीमवाडी, अशी आकर्षित माझी भीमवाडी. आयोजकांनी संधी दिली. आज माझं वय 69 आहे. 17व्या वर्षी मला अमेरिकेमध्ये हा जो माझ्या जावई बापूंच्या आणि मुलींच्या मागाने मला मान मिळाला. तुमचं सर्वांचे मनपूर्वक आभार.
Thank you, Mrs. Kamal, for that powerful and moving performance. Beautiful memory. Let's give Mrs. Kamal and the group a big round of applause. We are excited to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Ashok Dhanwat, a senior researcher for the National Campaign on Dalit Human Rights. Ashok is a first-generation postgraduate indigenous scholar from Telangana and a former Government of India National Overseas Scholarship Fellow at the International Institute of Social Studies, Dhaka. Ashok primarily works on the issues of Adivasi and indigenous communities in South India, access to education and assimilation. He was the first guest lecturer of South Asian indigenous background at UT Austin, speaking about what it means to be indigenous in South Asia. to an audience of 50 plus students, staff and faculty, and will be speaking again at UT this coming Tuesday. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ashok Dharma with a hearty round of applause.
Hi, Jai to everyone. Thanks for inviting me. I'm not really expert on this thing, what I will be talking now, but as a researcher and as a ethnographer, what I experienced in the university spaces and then outside university spaces, I will be talking about the Ambedkarite movement and what challenges we have as a first generation and second generation scholars or whoever little support we got because of Babsai and other activists who work for our cause. So I won't take much time, but I will talk about the intersectional problem of us and then university spaces, what students are struggling within the Indian universities or maybe outside. And I will also talk about solidarities within our own struggles. So first I would like to point out one particular thing is that within the university spaces, what connected solidarity, right? Like one common solidarity connecting us to organize the students is the only thing right now. What I think is that the reservation policies and its implementation and its impacts. If government comes up with any anti-reservation policies, then we are organizing ourselves, which is legitimate, and we do have to do that now and even in future. But that shouldn't be only thing driving us to carry forward our movement for the equity and justice and just for self-determination of SC, ST, BC and then other extended marginalized Bahujan communities in India, which almost comprises, I think, 80% of the population. So I think that is more important. We need to have certain frameworks which we can use in the university spaces for first generation, second generation students and scholars, or even someone who may not be students but who somehow came into these till here, right? Like which maybe in Indian cities, type 1, type 2, type 3 cities, they have a huge responsibility of carrying forwarding our movement. And the other thing is I would like to discuss about the solidarity issues we have. And if we talk about Manipur now, we know that it's a huge issue with the tribal communities, but we Ambedkarites, because Ambedkarites necessarily not mean that only Dalits or the tribals, right? The extended community. So we don't have those understandings of intersectional marginalities. We don't know. We don't try to learn and make an effort to learn. So that I think it's a time for us to work instead of blaming each other and not knowing about. For example, I'm a tribal scholar, so if I don't learn about my Dalit friends' realities or classmates' realities, then simply blaming doesn't help us, right? So that I think needs to be done. And same, the Dalit friends also have to learn about the tribal and Adivasi or other extended marginalized communities' realities. And this goes same for the Bahujan scholars across Indian universities. And the other thing is that the class realities also, the rising class realities also kind of a conflict is slowly arising. Whoever may be initiating it. Recently, most of you know that the Supreme Court of India said that that there should be a classification, which some of us may agree, some of us may not agree, but these are also legitimate concerns. Our community has it, and while we all of us should support the classification, but the 8 lakh income cap or whatever the cap it is there, that I think we definitely should reject, and we should work around how to improve the situations, because all of our state struggle is relational, and someone who's struggling in the Manipur or someone struggling in the Assam, for example, Assam Dalit struggle is not similar to the Telangana Dalit struggle, which is relational, but they have more or less, I think, different realities as well, which we as Ambedkarites, I think, have to work on that. And as my friend Vishal now just shared that, again, the global solidarity, we the oppressed people are hesitant to express the solidarity on the Palestinian genocide which is ongoing, which I think also we should work on, and some of our scholars unfortunately writing articles which is not even a liberal article, I think, which is kind of supporting the oppressor, which our people have to work on. I don't want to name any scholar, but as a growing community around the globe, be it in US or Australia, or like even I found people in the Malaysia here and there. So everywhere our people are there. As a growing community, our realities are different, our intersectionalities are different. So for the collective cause, we also have to respect this and then move forward. And we hope that we stand with the people oppressed everywhere, wherever we go. And it is not like, for example, Ashok today got this scholarship from the government of India and studied in Netherlands in one of the top development school studies. That doesn't make him any great or anything, because if we read the very simple article by the Ambedkar, the Adivasi scholar who passed away very last 4 years back, he said that it's not that we are very talented or anything. It is just more of our brothers are working, so we are coming here. Right? Some of us may agree and may not agree, but I don't think that that merit argument anywhere goes. So to continue this, we have to also do the works like this, what we are today doing, and take forward our movement. As Baba Sahib Ambedkar said that we have to educate ourselves, also organize and then agitate. But we are right now, I think, only educating and probably organizing ourselves, and then education part and organizing part, both are at really big questions. I hope that we resolve that, and this is what I really wanted to say, we do work on our intersectionalities and then learn from our own people. Otherwise, we are just betraying our 80% of the population. Maybe 3-4% of the class might come out of all these problems, but then ultimately our people would be struggling. That I think we have to reflect as a community. Thank you, Jai Bhim, Johar, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Everyone, for your powerful and inspiring words. Your message has given us much to reflect upon. Let's give him another round of applause. Now, you will witness a beautiful song, Dhima Vichar Tuzha, Pimpracha Par Ahe, by Mr. Anand Kedare. Please welcome him on stage with a big round of applause.
I'm going to sing a song by late poet, singer, musician, Dhamma which was composed back in 1980s. Most of us whose childhood was during that period, they will definitely remember this song very well. Especially for me, this song is filled with nostalgia, takes me back into the time when I was spending my time celebrating Bhim with my mom and dad and everybody. So just bear with me with my bad voice. I will try my best to make it more audible or beautiful for you.
भीमा विचार तुझा पिंपळाचा पार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा पिंपळाचा पार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा पिंपळाचा पार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा सुखी संसार आहे, हा तुझा उपकार आहे, नवे घरदार आहे, दाराशी मोटार आहे, सुखी संसार आहे, हा तुझा उपकार आहे, नवे घरदार आहे, दाराशी मोटार आहे, सावली गार आहे, अमृताची धार आहे, सावली गार आहे, अमृताची धार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा पिंपळाचा पार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, तुझा परिवार आहे, तुझा देणेदार आहे, तुझी तलवार आहे, तूच तिची धार आहे, तुझा परिवार आहे, तुझा देणेदार आहे, तुझी तलवार आहे, तूच तिची धार आहे, नवा निर्धार तुझ्या विचारांचा सार आहे, नवा निर्धार तुझ्या विचारांचा सार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा पिंपळाचा पार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा तुझ्याच पावटीने जायचे आहे भीमा, तुझेच गीत इथे गायचे आहे भीमा. In other word will be traveling on your path. The path is going by you. तुझ्याच पावटीने जायचे आहे भीमा, तुझेच गीत इथे गायचे आहे भीमा. तुझा आधार हाच दिनाचा आधार आहे, तुझा आधार हाच दिनाचा आधार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा. लास्ट उदरी भूक आहे, उदासीन मुख आहे, तरी वाणला तुझ्या सावलीत सुख आहे, उदासीन भूक आहे, उदरी भूक आहे, उदासीन मुख आहे, तरी वाणला तुझ्या सावलीत सुख आहे, तुझ्याच सावलीत क्रांतीचा अंगार आहे, तुझ्याच सावलीत क्रांतीचा अंगार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा पिंपळाचा पार आहे, सुखाचे द्वार आहे, शीलाचे भांडार आहे, भीमा विचार तुझा. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was truly breathtaking. Thank you, Mr. Kirale, for that mesmerizing song. It gives a remnants of values and heritage of the local communities living around Bhim Everyone and how it forms a deep connection with nature. Let's give Mr. Kirale a big round of applause. Now, I will be handing over the next segments to you, Murga and Priya. Thank you. Over to you, ladies.
Thank you, Dhamashri. Now it's time to honor our young stars for their incredible performances today. Their energy and dedication have truly brightened this event. To present. Attention please. Now it's time to honor our young stars for their incredible performances today. Their energy and dedication have truly brightened this event. To present these special gifts of appreciation, may I invite Monali Meshram, Neha Pazare and Shalini Gadvi.
Monali.
No. I request Monali to present gifts to Shania Nandalodi, Ara Samu, Ryan Moller, Elisha Sorale, Shanai Gadvi, Bhima Kamre, Aryan Tingre, and Kabir Sangare. Next, I request Neha Kazare to present gifts to Grace Sangare, Kanish Shalharkar, Aishka Gena, Charlie Meshram, Rajvi Rangadi, Runjul Meshram, Avni Kedam, Prithvi Rangai, Sachi Sao, Akshan Gawai, Abhilat Gawai, finally, I welcome Sharmari to present gifts to Ridhima Khankal, Kunjal Modak, Prasanna Bansor, Tanum Karve, Abhinam Karve, Rishan Wagmare, Kian Wagmare. Let's give all our youngsters a big round of applause for their amazing performances today.
Now we have a special segment where we welcome and recognize the new families who have joined our ABAT community. To present the welcome plaques, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. and Mrs. Bankar, who will honor these families with this gesture of appreciation.
Let's give Mr. and Mrs. Bankar a warm round of applause as they come forward to distribute the plaques and officially welcome our new families. I request Mrs. Kunda Bankar to please come on the stage. May I invite Arun Sahu and family. Arun Sahu and family. Next, Amol Surade and family. Next, Swati Shenke and family. Ramesh Vasava and family. Ramesh Vasava and family. Vinay Meshram and family. Vinay Meshram and family, please come on the stage. I request Vivek Kamal and family to come forward. Nitin Mansoor and family. Jeevan Ingre and family. Jeevan Ingre and family. Raj Ratan Shekharkar and family. Vishwa Sangare and family.
But I think like some form of
and family. And family. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Bankar, and congratulations to all the new families. Let's celebrate them with another round of applause. As we near the end of today's wonderful event, it's time to express our gratitude to everyone who made this day possible. To deliver the vote of thanks, I invite Mr. Yogesh Khankal to the stage. He will offer his heartfelt thanks to all those who contributed to the success of this program. Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Yogesh Khankal.
I couldn't hear the applause. Are you all exhausted or what? No, still not. Come on! There you go. So, gentlemen, everyone, my name is Yogesh Khankal, and like they say, all things come to an end. I'm given the responsibility to end this program, and I'm so sorry for that. I know, we have been entertained for, 4, 5, 6 hours, and you have been a wonderful audience. So, please have applause for yourself. Please, one more time. Thank you. And before I begin, and I would promise that I'll keep my speech a lot of times very small, but I want to assure that if I have an announcement to make it towards the end of it, so please pay attention to it. So before I begin, let me first acknowledge Lord Buddha. Because of his compassion, loving kindness, and more importantly, the concept of Sangha, fraternity, the community that we are all here together. That's the main reason why we are all here together. So I would like to pay my tribute and respect to Lord Buddha. And I cannot thank enough one good thing that Baba Sahib has told us, paying back to the society. And this is what we are doing here. So, thank you Baba Sahib for giving us the guidance, his dedication, his vision, and I'm very hopeful that we all will take this together forward. And again, I would like to appreciate the kids that portrayed here, and my Savitri. The reason why I want to thank them is because of that we had such a beautiful and wonderful ladies among us here. They are the main reason, and they are the true pillars of women in our corner. Because of them, we have so many educated ladies here, and that did the wonderful comparing of this program. So big thanks to our anchors, Mrs. Priya Mishra, Mrs. Vaishali Rangani, Mrs. Tanushree Vatmani, and Mrs. Mudra. So the ladies did extremely well. Thank you for that. The another thanks that I want to give to the wonderful team that worked on for a delicious food. So for the food committee, Mr. Vivek Kamre, Mr. Nikhil Ambade, Mr. Anup Shrishram, and Mr. Ashish Kebab. Thank you for the delicious food. You all guys, the tea was wonderful, the samosas were wonderful, the food altogether was wonderful. I'm sure there are many who missed it, but if you have missed it, sorry for that. Then again, for the guys who can hear me at the back, big round of applause for our tech team, Mr. Anup Mishra, Mr. Jeevat Ingle, Mr. Nitin Bansod, Mr. Sapnil Bhosle, and Mr. Vinay Mishra. Thank you very much. A huge round of thanks to the decoration team. They were Mrs. Vaishali Rangani, Mrs. Neetu Mende, Mrs. Monali Mishra, and Mrs. Chetna Varmare. Thank you for this wonderful decoration. This house really looks different than the photos that were here. So thank you for that. I cannot thank enough for our team members from University. You guys did wonderfully well. Thank you for all the contribution and dedication that you have put for this program. Wonderful. I'm sure that you are going to take names because I'm sure I'm going to miss some. So please, accept my sincere thank you and appreciation for it. Thank you everyone. The another thanks that I want to give it to is to Professor Scott. It's wonderful that you have accepted our invitation to be part of this program. And also I want to thank Dr. Rao for accepting our invitation. I think these two speakers, in their speeches, complemented each other so well that it took us to a very different path to know how Ambedkarite Buddhism works and how it's going to live for longer. So thank you for that. And I still like the statement that you made that dead Ambedkar is more dangerous than the live Ambedkar, and I truly believe that. Thank you for that statement. It was very wonderfully said. So thank you very much. I also want to thank Mr. Ashok Dhanawat, Mr. Vishal Thakare, and Abdul Shinde for their inspiring and wonderful speeches, showing us how the reality right now is. I've seen Brahmastra, but I never saw it from this approach. So thank you for that new approach. And I don't want to really end it, but I know Amit is looking at me, come on, end it, man. So, but I really want to please ask few people to be on the stage. So, may I please request Mrs. Priya Mishra. Mrs. Vaishali Rangani. Rohit Sangari. And last but not least, Mr. Anup Mishra. So I know when I started, you guys were very slow in the applause. But for these guys, I do not want it to be a small applause. Please have a big round of applause. Continue to learn because of multiple challenges they have. So thank you guys, you did wonderful. Thank you. And with that, I'm about to come to the end of this, my thanks, but as I promised, I'm going to make an announcement. I'm going to make an announcement, which is ABAT is every year does the cyber celebration on the 14th of April. But this year, ABAT has decided to go on a big scale and have a wonderful program for 14th April. So please stay tuned for our website and all our members, they will be continuously posting the post for that. So thank you everyone, and then the most important thing, okay? So, are you all already tired? No, Vikas said no. So Vikas, please come here, right? So, no ABAT event ends without a song, right? So that song, everyone knows that will make you come on the dance floor. So, Mr. Jiva, can you please? Thank you everyone, it was wonderful. Please join me on the dance. Come on. Come on, hurry up. say that we will have some fun event after this. We have this hall up to 11 o'clock. So we will have some fun event. And I certainly need help for packing up everything back to as it was. So I need all of manual help because then in the morning. So please stay back. Start the song.
Season is here. Get
I'll give you my number. And that's when I end the live stream. We were planning a video in 10-15 minutes.
You're applying to leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not taking a picture.
I'll message you. Let me end the live stream.
Hello. Everyone.